Good morning, it's now 10 o'clock on Tuesday the 18th of November and I now formally open this inquiry. Before I begin, can I just check that you can all hear me? Mr Kelly? Okay, thank you. My name is Ailey Callan and beside me is Trudy Craggs and we are reporters in the Scottish Government's Planning and Environmental Appeals Division, or DPA for short. We have been appointed by the Scottish Ministers to hold an inquiry into the application lodged under Section 36 of the Electricity Act 1989 and corresponding deemed planning permission lodged under Section 57.2 of the Town and Country Planning Scotland Act 1997 by Loch Liath Wind Farm Limited to construct a wind farm comprising of 13 turbines on land approximately 4 miles southwest of Drumnadrochit. During the inquiry, we may refer to this as the proposal or the proposed development. As a result of the objection by the Highland Council, the Scottish Ministers have decided that an inquiry will be held into this proposal. After we have heard all of the evidence from the inquiry and hearing sessions, and taking into account all of the written submissions on all topics, we will prepare a report to the Scottish Ministers. This will contain our conclusions and a recommendation as to whether or not consent should be granted for the proposal. I will now take a note of the parties taking part in this inquiry session, and I will start with the applicant, and if your representative could introduce your team.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning. My name is Marcus Trinnick. I'm a solicitor, King's Counsel, and instructed by Kirsty Smith, who sits to my left, of Eversheds, and to her left is Rebecca Todd, who is the project manager. In this inquiry session, I will be calling Dan Walker of Land Use Consultants.
Thank you. And now for the Council, again, if your representative could introduce your team.
Thank you. Good morning. My name is James Finlay, King's Counsel, advocate in Scotland and barrister in England. I have two representatives on behalf of Highland Council here. Andrew Daly, who sits immediately to my right, who's giving landscape and visual evidence hopefully later today, and to his right sits Peter Whelan, who's planning officer, who will be dealing with the policy and conditions sessions.
Thank you, and now on to the third parties. For Glenurquhart Community Council, please.
Thank you. My name is Bill Smart. I'm the Vice Chair of Glenurquhart Community Council, and I'll be representing the Council today. I'll just be the sole participant.
Could I just check, so you'll be the witness giving evidence or participating for landscape and landscape and visual inquiry session?
Yes, I will be.
Okay, thank you. And for STAG, Mr Kelly, online.
Good morning, I'm Ian Kelly of Ian Kelly Planning Consultants Limited, representing STAG. I do not anticipate giving any landscape and visual impact evidence unless you have questions for me. So to make it easier for parties during the day, once all the preliminaries are finished, I shall put the camera off as well as mute the mic, so you won't have to look at my head all day. Thank you, ma'am.
Mr Kelly, do you intend to ask any questions of the witnesses, or are you just simply listening to the whole session?
At this point, ma'am, I do not anticipate asking any questions of the witnesses. I had confirmed that to the applicants in an email a couple of days ago, and that remains my position.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Now, before we begin, I'll outline some housekeeping items. This in-person session is broadcast live. By taking part, you're consenting to being filmed and to the recording and storage of those images and sound recordings, and for any information contained in them for webcasting and training purposes, and for the purpose of keeping historical records and making those records available for the public. Should you wish, further details on our privacy policy are available on our website. Participants will see that they have a microphone in front of them. You'll need to press a button to switch it on when speaking. Once you've finished speaking, please make sure that it's switched off, or no one else will be able to put their microphone on. It is possible to leave items in this room overnight, but please don't leave any valuables. There will not be a fire alarm test. If the fire alarm does go off, it will be an actual fire alarm, and we'll need to leave this room. The emergency exit from this room is from either door, on my left and then out the front door. The toilet facilities are down the corridor to the left and then following the signs to the right. Do any parties have any questions regarding these matters? Okay, thank you. So now on to the process. The main purpose of these oral sessions is to make sure that we as reporters understand the positions of the parties on each of the specific topics where further evidence has been considered necessary. Where there's a dispute between parties, we need to be clear on the reasons for that dispute, and this is so that matters can be set out clearly in our report to the Scottish Ministers. You have all been advised of the general programme of the inquiry. This inquiry will take place over a total of 3 oral sessions. The first is the formal inquiry session on landscape and visual matters, and then a hearing session on planning and energy policy, followed by a hearing session on conditions. Hearing agendas have been circulated. After that session, we will formally close the inquiry. The session tomorrow will begin at 9:30 AM and will confirm the programme for tomorrow at the end of today's session. We will set aside an hour for lunch today and tomorrow, and we'll take short breaks in the morning and the afternoon, and these breaks will take place at a natural point in proceedings. Catering has not been provided for any party. And Mr Kelly, during breaks, if you could keep your microphone and camera off, but stay on the Teams call and then turn it back on when we start the sessions. For those who have not taken part in the inquiry session, I'll outline quickly how today's session will be conducted. First of all, the applicant's advocate or solicitor introduces their witness, who gives their evidence in chief, which is drawn for them for recognition, which has already been submitted, the relevant inquiry statement or report. We will not require witnesses to read out their recognitions in full or in part. The witness can then be cross-examined by opposing parties, starting with the Council and then Glenurquhart Community Council if you wish, and Mr Kelly, I understand that you've said that you won't be asking questions. If the Council has already covered a question, there's no need for third parties to repeat that one. We will then ask any questions that we have of the witness. And the witness can then be asked further questions by their advocate or solicitor, and this is referred to as re-examination, although it's not obligatory. The Council will then follow with their evidence in chief, and then Glenurquhart Community Council and STAG will be given an opportunity to ask any clarification questions. The witness can then be cross-examined by the applicant's advocate, and will then ask any questions of that witness before the re-examination. For Glenurquhart Community Council and STAG, if you wish, not for STAG, sorry, your witness will be taken, will be given the opportunity to make opening remarks, Mr Smart, and then the Council will ask any clarification questions they may have before the applicant's advocate cross-examines you. We will then ask any questions that we have, and you'll then have the opportunity to make any closing comments. And Mr Kelly, we may have some questions for you as well. When witnesses are referencing a document or advocates, if you please refer to the electronic page or paragraph number. Please also provide document references clearly to allow other parties time to find the documents. There's no need to say the zeros. For example, document 001.001, you can just refer to this as document 1.1. When the evidence on all topics is concluded, parties will have the opportunity to make closing submissions in writing, and we'll give more information on this after the hearing sessions. We have already carried out unaccompanied site inspections of the site and locality in September of this year and in the past few days, and this includes viewing the site from viewpoints included in the environmental impact assessment reports and identified inquiry submissions. If after the inquiry we decide that we need to undertake any other site visits, we will advise all parties. I'll just confirm this submission of documents 7.27 and 11.73. We do accept those submissions, just to clarify that for all parties. Do any parties have any questions or procedural matters that they wish to raise?
Thank you, ma'am. A couple of points. When it comes to the conditions session, you have a version of the conditions. Those in respect to which you raised questions, we've been talking about, and as a result, a further document has been produced which answers some of your points. It may not be helpful for you to receive it because you've got enough documents to look at, but if you would like it, we can produce it.
I think it probably would be helpful to receive it during the course of today at some point, so at least we can look at it before the session, because it may cut down some of the questions and discussion we have.
That's the purpose. I think it may help, so we'll do that. And the...
Who's seen that document so far? Has the council seen it, or any other parties? Okay.
I'm very happy for that to come in, because both sides are well used to working with each other towards narrowing down the issues in dispute, and if it's, I take Mr. Trinick at his word, and it's a document that helps do that, and so I'm very happy for that to be given to you at the same time it's given to us.
It's just to emphasise, it's not a document which addresses any residual disputes between us and the council. It's answering your questions. So, yeah.
A few just little points that we raised, that it probably does address those. Mr. Smart, are you happy to receive a copy of the conditions as well later on for the session on conditions?
Yes, I am.
Okay,
so that basis, if you can circulate it during the course of the day, that would be great. Thank you.
And second and last point, ma'am, is was to make correspondence with the council about the reasons for objection. Do you want to cover that now? Do you want to do it? All right, I'll cover it. That's all right then. I think within reasons for objection 1 and 2, there are the words flora and physiological feature. Those have been very generously withdrawn by the council.
Yes, I can confirm that. They should never have been in there in the first place.
Reason for condition 2. Sorry, reason for refusal 2.
1 and 2.
1 and 2.
Yep.
Both of them taken. Okay. Do you want to add to that, Mr. Finlay?
No, that's confirmed.
Okay, are there any further questions or procedural matters? Okay, now what we'll do is, before we move on to our first witness, is that we will break to give them time to get here and to get ready to give their evidence. So if we can pause the session for now until 10:30.
Whether it would help you and assist others to have some idea of the timings of that Mr. Trinick and I are intending to take as the main time takers. It's difficult to estimate cross-examination time, but I would think no more than 2 hours for Mr. Walker, and I would hope half an hour in chief for Mr. Daly.
Broadly the same.
It may well be that Mr. Daly starts being cross-examined this afternoon. Mr. Trinick and I have discussed the PERDA arrangements for him, but we are staying in the same hotel and we are travelling together. But I don't think it's not an inquiry where the strictest observance needs to be done. But obviously we will not be discussing the case if that eventuality does arise.
Perfectly happy with that.
Okay, that was helpful. So we'll sit and wait until Mr. Walker gets here. Thank you.
I take the recognition as read. I do have some supplementary questions, which will last about half an hour, so shall we start on those? You take up Mr Daly's inquiry report, please, at paragraph 4.9 on electronic page 18. And we'll see there that Mr Daly addresses the topic of including geographical extent in the assessment of magnitude of visual effects at viewpoints. He refers to the Landscape Institute's notes and clarifications which are before the inquiry, and says in 410, for an example, it would be incorrect to modify down effects of limited geographical extent if occurring at a specific and well-recognised promoted viewpoint. I think you want to answer that.
Sorry. Good morning. So Mr Daly, in his inquiry report, at paragraph 410, refers to geographical extent as a potential modifier to the magnitude of change. It's true that there is some disagreement amongst practitioners about how geographical extent should be treated, and there's reference to that in the technical guidance note of 2024 from the Landscape Institute, which is document 008029.
I think we don't have to use the zeros, just 829 will do.
Yeah. So at para 6, 8 of that document, it clearly states practitioners are interpreting geographic extent in relation to visual effects in different ways, and this is true of LUC, and it's a topic of much discussion. But ultimately, the approach to considering magnitude of change doesn't fundamentally change from the principle that is stated at 3.3 of the same document, where magnitude of effect or change is likely that the size or scale of effect will be the most important factor, with geographical extent, duration and reversibility potential modifiers to that. The LVIA, which is document 1.8, takes this approach. Judgments of each of the component parts of magnitude are not equally weighted, and size and scale is always the most important factor when determining magnitude of change. The geographical extent of the landscape or visual change is described, i.e. the area over which the landscape or visual effect will arise. And whilst this may determine, or it may be determined to be small, medium or large, as I say, it does not modify the size or scale of change identified. There are some examples of this in the LVIA, which is document 1.8 again, table 6.11, in respect to landscape effects. We describe. Sorry, yeah.
With the document.
Absolutely, yes.
Sorry, that table again.
It's 6.11, and that's the. I can find that for you.
I think it starts on page 20.
So there we describe the extent of effect for a localised area of the LCT, where we identify significant effects, and that's for the Rocky Moorland Plateau LCT. But then for the wider extents of the LCT, we identify a reduced level of landscape change for the LCT as a whole. So that's just really describing the extent of the significant effect and then other effects beyond that for a wider area. In respect to routes, we also use geographical extent as a way of describing where potential effects may vary from sections of a route. So, for example, at table 6.40, in respect to the African tailway, we do
give people a chance to get there.
So in table 6.40 we describe a short section of that route where significant effects may arise, but for the route as a whole a reduced level of effect based on the intermittency or the absence of visibility. Mr Daly does draw reference particularly to viewpoints in respect to how geographical extent is treated, and again it's more of a descriptor, so it's describing the rarity or the frequency of similar views. So, for example, a particularly focused view from a hilltop, for example, that might be a quite unique view or experience, but for other types of view, they may be experienced over a wider geographical area more frequently.
Thank you.
Sorry, can I just ask, there was a reference given to an earlier paragraph in the notes and clarifications.
Yes, so 2 paragraphs. It was paragraph 6.8.
Yeah, I've got that.
And 3.3.
3.3. Hang on, can you just give me a second to get that, please? Thank you.
Thank you. Second point takes us to Mr Daly's precognition at paragraph 3.5. It'll be electronic page 5.4, where he discusses design strategy for the proposed development. Notes that views from Loch Ness are not described as a key design consideration, anywhere in the chapter, and notes also that while the aim of reducing the horizontal spread and prominence of turbines from the Glen Affric NSA is mentioned, no key design viewpoint is included within the NSA. I think also he reinforces the same point at paragraph 5.2 of the precognition. I think you want to answer that.
Yes, so particularly at 5.2, I think there's an assertion that both the NSA and the SLA, and particularly views from Loch Ness, have not been given due regard within the design, and that appropriate mitigation hasn't been adopted. Fundamentally disagree with that principle, and from the very earliest stages of the project, views from the NSA, impacts on the SLQs of the NSA, and indeed views from the SLA, Loch Ness, Neil Fornavey have been key considerations. And this is evident if we go to document 11.9, which is pre-application presentation to the Highland Council, which was undertaken, I believe, in February 2020, at the very start of the project.
I don't think, ma'am, you need to go there, it's just a reference.
But yeah, on slide 21 of that presentation, you clearly see that there are key considerations set out in relation to the NSA, the SLA, and the Great Glen, encapsulating the Loch Ness. So throughout the entirety of the design process, both the pre-application stage and the EIA stage of the development, views from those locations have been considered, impacts on the special qualities have been considered. And whilst EIA Chapter 3, which is document 015, again, no need to go to the document, but whilst the chapter wasn't authored by the landscape team or myself, we contributed to it. I acknowledge that there is no specific mention of the SLA or Great Glen or Loch Ness. It should not be assumed that the absence of specific mention to views from these areas means they haven't been considered. And if you look at the design objectives under the bullet points at para 3.21.
Well, having said you need not go there, I think it might be wise to go to chapter 3. Para 321, which is I've only got a hard copy, internal page 3. E 115, chapter 3, internal page 3, paragraph 321.
Of most relevance to the assertion that these views haven't been considered, or these areas, bullet point 1, which I'll just rehearse, which maximises the potential energy yield of the site whilst ensuring a cohesive and sensitive layout which will be legible from key views in the surrounding area where there is visibility of the turbines. And bullet point 2, which when seen alongside the operational Blairy turbines minimises the spread of turbines across the horizon from key viewpoints, in particular Muir-Fornave and the B862 scenic viewpoint. But ultimately, that doesn't mean those are the only locations that have been considered or should be considered as part of the design strategy. In reality, all of the LVIA viewpoints, plus many, many more besides, have been considered throughout the design process. And to assist with the illustration of how the design of the scheme has changed, you can refer to Appendix F of my inquiry report, which is figures F1 to F20.
We don't need to go there for sure.
No, and that's document 11.2K, which presents a number of comparative wirelines of the different iterations of the layout design throughout the EIA process.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. The third point takes us to talk about the SLA and to Mr. Daly's inquiry report at paragraph 523, which is on internal page 19, electronic page 23. And here, Mr. Daly says the relevant special qualities under the heading of dramatic Great Glen potentially affected by the proposed development can be grouped and summarised as bullet points 1 and 2, which people can read for themselves. Is that the approach that you have taken, that which Mr. Daly has taken?
I think there's some inconsistency in terms of the interpretation of the special qualities. That is true of possibly the Highland Council's interpretation of its own document. The landscape officer and Mr. Daly all take slightly different views, but I think it's clear to me that there are three special qualities of the Loch Ness and Duncheltake SLA. The only one of relevance to this proposal, I think, which there is agreement on, is the dramatic Great Glen. So within the document, which is 823, on page 119, there are a number of what the landscape officer actually describes as elements, and that's the terminology we've adopted in my inquiry report.
Sorry, did you put a page number there?
It's page 119, which I think is the actual page. I think it's electronic page 127.
We'll be going to that document quite a bit during the course of the inquiry. I think it is just a reference at this stage.
So beneath the dramatic Great Glen special quality, it then details a number of elements, and I deal with these in my inquiry report in table 8.1, and each one in turn. Some of those elements of the special quality are relevant in terms of how they are experienced, where they're experienced, and how they may well be affected by the development or not. So that table sets out an appraisal against each of those criteria elements to determine how each may be affected and how overall, they may affect the dramatic Great Glen special quality. Mr Daly deals with the dramatic Great Glen in his inquiry report, which is document 1212, and at para 5.23. It appears that whilst there is agreement that the dramatic Great Glen is a special quality, there are references to the elements or the bullet points beneath the SQ as special qualities themselves, which my opinion is that they contribute to the overall special quality. They're not in themselves individual special qualities. But Mr Daly does appear to abbreviate and amalgamate some of those elements into two qualities that he defines under para 5.23. One of those is the role of Urquhart Castle as a focus of views from and around the loch, which, if you look at the citation, that doesn't appear in those terms or in those words within the SLA citation. There is, as way of an example, Urquhart Castle, there is reference to the castle in bullet point 6 of those elements, which is electronic page 127, and it just states Urquhart Castle is a prominent focus along the loch, occupying a magnificent situation on an irregular headland of rock jutting out into the loch, which is Strawn Point, and commanding splendid views up and down the Great Glen. This highlights the strategic location of the castle at Strawn Point to afford views northeast and southwest along the loch from the castle, and vice versa.
That last sentence were your words, not from the... Yeah, thank you. Very well. Continuing on the theme of Urquhart Castle, a fourth point, I wonder if, ma'am, if you could get out Mr Daly's appendix to his inquiry report 12002, 12.2 and 12.3. Those are viewpoints HC2 and HC3. Have you got them in front of you? Let me know when you're ready. Mr Walker, are you ready?
Yes.
What do you have to say about these views?
So, the two views represent views from the open water of Loch Ness. So, HC2 is at approximately 17.5 kilometres from the nearest turbine, and HC3 is approximately 18.4 kilometres, both of which are slightly north of Urquhart Bay, towards the west of the loch, but they both represent views at quite considerable distance from loch level. In my inquiry report, we refer to the views from the loch, so at which is 11.1, my inquiry report document, and at para 7.55. So views will be experienced at distances of between 17 and 20 kilometres, and when at distances of approximately 2 to 5 kilometres from Urquhart Castle, which you can see on the two plans which accompany HC2 and HC3, you can just see Strawn Castle located at Strawn Point on the bottom left-hand corner of the map. So approximately 2 to, I think HC3 is approximately 3 kilometres from the castle. My view is that you need to be at quite close proximity to the castle when on the loch to fully appreciate its position. In most viewing conditions, it's quite recessive against the backdrop of the steep-sided glen and the woodland beyond. And in many experiences of the castle, or views of the castle, it's actually the visitor centre that becomes the most notable feature before the castle due to its colour. The two viewpoints that Mr Daly's added into that accompanies his inquiry report, I acknowledge are generally on the routes taken by tourist boats, either from further northeast along Loch Ness or from Urquhart Bay. They illustrate those transient views that receptors would experience visiting the castle. But having witnessed the tourist boats on the loch from both loch level and from elevated views, the boats tend to travel directly towards the castle. They don't linger on that journey. They get there almost as quickly as possible, and then they tend to linger within 500 metres of the castle and circumnavigate around 180 degrees of the castle to take in views. And that's where you can fully appreciate its position, its prominence, its strategic importance, etc. And at more distant views, it's less of a feature. When approaching the castle, receptors typically will be taking in the whole of the landscape. So the dramatic linear feature of the Great Glen, Loch Ness disappearing to the southwest. And actually in the visualisations, that's not necessarily reflected. You'll notice there's no panoramic image at the beginning of those two viewpoints, but if you compare that to HC1, which is 012.1 of Mr. Daly's inquiry report, there is a panoramic image that starts the sequence of images for that viewpoint, which gives you a much broader panoramic view of the wider landscape and what receptors would experience. And just a final point on HC2 and HC3, you'll note, if you go to the photo montage images, they have been focused typically on a position between the wind farm and the castle. So the 50mm image, you'll see that the wind farm is over to the right hand side of the image, the castle sits approximately a third in from the left, albeit because of the nature of the visualisation, the monochrome images that are presented, the wind farm clearly in red is very apparent, the castle is very recessive in the photograph, and we would typically expect to see a colour montage before those monochrome images as part of the visualisation standards that the council adopts.
I think you, in the summary table of the views of your views, those of Mr. Daly and those of the Highland Council officer, which were kindly omitted as 1172, you might go to that, and there are 4 pages, on which you go to the 4th page. On the 4th page, separately from the EIAR viewpoints, you consider HC1, 2 and 3. Yeah?
Yes, that's correct.
And whereas well, no, I'm not going to lead you. I think you have been to and assessed HC1 and recorded that maybe in your inquiry report, maybe not. You have, yes, but not HC2 and 3. So what you've got recorded for HC2 and 3, this will be the first time, well, when they saw this document, it would have been the first time that people would have seen your assessment.
That's correct. So just taking HC1 first, I do deal with this in my recognition, which is the 1169, and I deal with that at para. Just find the reference. Yeah, so I deal with that at para 2.8 onwards in my recognition. But with HC2 and HC3, within the summary table that's been provided, 1172, I do indicate my judgment in respect to the sensitivity of receptors and my predicted magnitude of change and level of effect. And whilst there's not a detailed assessment presented in my recognition or elsewhere, those are my judgments in respect to those aspects of the assessment, and I find a not significant effect at those 2 lock-based viewpoints. Just to note that myself and Mr. Daly both agree in respect to sensitivity and the level of magnitude of change, but find a different finding of significance.
Thank you, Mr. Walker. I think you want to confess to an erratum at this point.
Yes.
We're changing topics, by the way. And it's about the clarification of visual effects from Loch Ness.
Yes, not necessarily an error in the assessment, but I think there's an error in the use of words within part of the assessment in relation to effects from the Caledonia Way cycle route and the South Loch Ness Trail. So in EIA Chapter 6, which is...
Before you go there, I think it might be useful if A1 plan, which is D1, made its appearance into the inquiry.
Yeah, so this document is 11.2b of my inquiry report.
Before you go into the detail, it might be helpful just to explain to the inquiry the purpose and use of this plan, which might remain on people's desks throughout.
Yes, so this was presented. It's one of two plans presented in my inquiry report. One of which is the blade tip ZTV in as an equivalent at hub height, but it doesn't present any new information, but it amalgamates lots of information onto one plan at an appropriate or helpful scale. Hopefully avoids us going to multiple figures within the EIA report or the SEI or AI reports. Okay. So in my inquiry report at 11.1, we state in paragraph 10.8 that significant effects are anticipated up to approximately 15.1 kilometres. That's true in respect to the viewpoints. So viewpoint 10, which is the most distant viewpoint where we have significant effects, is at 15.1 kilometres. But there are some short sections of the Caledonia Way and most importantly the South Loch Ness Trail, which are highlighted in Chapter 6, Table 6.41, which is the LVIA, which is document 18.
Sorry, could I just get that?
That's, yeah, it's Chapter 6 of the EIA report, and its reference is 1.8. And table 6.41. We state within that, I'll just state for localised sections of the route or routes. So these two promoted trails share sections in places within the study area. You'll see in the key, the South Loch Ness Trail is a turquoise dashed line, and the Caledonia Way, which is the Sustrans promoted cycle route, is a solid blue line. They're generally on the east or the southern shore of Loch Ness. But there are sections of those routes where they share sections. We describe in 6.41 that for localised sections of the route near the promoted SUI viewpoint, which is viewpoint 8, which you'll find on the plan, just in the southeast segment, just by the fall on the left-hand side. So that's where the Caledonia Way passes over the SUI viewpoint. And we also mention along the eastern shore of Loch Ness within approximately 13, or relevance is the 17 kilometres of the proposed development. So I think the key clarification I want to provide is just the use of the word shore. So we're broadly talking about the area to the south of Loch Ness rather than the loch level or shoreline. And that terminology is used actually within the council's citation for the SLA. It refers to the eastern shore and features of the SLA which are clearly not near the loch shore or shore level. They refer to Loch Dunchelchade. Just take you to the specific reference.
Is this in document 823?
It is. I was just looking for that reference.
Yep.
It's in 823 and it's on page 120, which I believe is
Electronic page 128.
128.
Yep.
I'll just find that reference.
And within that, just to help, it's under the heading of Historic Landscape, second bullet point, the eastern shore of Loch Ness, incorporating Loch Dunchelchade, Loch Ashy and Loch Ruthven. Yep,
Yes.
and that's what you're referring to.
So Mr. Daly does draw reference in his recommendation to finding it difficult to reconcile how significant effects from a short section of the South Loch Ness Trail, which is fairly closely represented by Mr. Daly's HC1 within his inquiry report, which is 12.1. Which is an elevated section of, or an elevated view from close to that route on the southern shore of Loch Ness.
Just to clarify that, so that on that trail, the HC1, which is Fairlads Pass viewpoint, I think is a faint track leading from the main track, and that goes up to the viewpoint, to the higher point. Is that right?
It is, yes. And to be fair, Mr. Daly does recognise that. I think in his description he mentions it's near to the South Loch Ness Trail. It is, I suspect not many people venture to the location the photography has been taken from. There is an obvious promontory, if you like, that gives views down to Loch Ness. Importantly, actually, to the castle below from the viewpoint, but that short section of the trail, as it descends down into Loch Ness, you get much more open views across the glen. You can see from HC1, you see a greater proportion of the Loch Liath turbines than you do at loch level. So it's that section of the kind of elevated section of the trail where the assessment in table 6.41 is referring to.
To come back to the clarification, that is at a distance of?
Less than 17 kilometres, and it's clear actually if you look at the ZTV, the visibility at loch level on the shoreline doesn't start until over 18 kilometres.
Okay. Thank you. Turning away from Mr. Daly's evidence to the evidence from the Glenurquhart Community Council, at application stage, there were requests made for 3D modelling to be prepared for the inquiry, maybe not just the inquiry, for earlier stage as well. I think it's fair for you to provide a response to that request in evidence now.
Yeah, so we have had a number of requests, or there have been a number of requests of the applicant throughout the application process for a 3D model to be prepared. This is something that's sometimes done, by no means always prepared. Sometimes for developments it may be quite useful. Sometimes communities or the public can be suspicious of 3D models as well, so it's not something that they particularly engage with. But in this instance we have had requests from Glenurquhart Community Council on a number of occasions. The most recently I think was in their inquiry report, which is document 13.1, and I believe that question was asked of the reporters as to whether a 3D model could be prepared. In respect to whether it would be useful, the visualisations that are presented within the original EIA, the SEI report, the AI report, and those most recently in my inquiry report are more than sufficient to illustrate the visual effects, and likewise those Mr. Daly has prepared in his inquiry report have been prepared in accordance with the Council's guidance. So I think those illustrate the range of effects, both individually, cumulatively, and importantly from sequential routes, where it seems to be the main thrust of the Community Council's request for a model.
Thank you. And finally, I'm looking forward to the condition session, funnily enough. One of the questions from the reporters was about the dimensions of the turbines and whether or not an increase in the blade length beyond that of the candidate turbine might give rise to significant environmental effects which have not been assessed. And I think you've looked at that point. What do you want to tell the inquiry?
Yes, so obviously within the parameters of the maximum blade tip height that we're looking at here, which is 180 metres for 3 of the turbines and 10 of the turbines at 200 metres, we are limited in terms of the rotor diameter or the blade length that the increase could represent. So we'd be looking in the order of possibly certainly less than 10%, but probably closer to 5%. And the change will be almost indiscernible from most viewpoints, and particularly from distances of over 5 kilometres. Compatibility with adjacent schemes, I don't believe, would be affected by any increase. But actually, any increase in the blade length and increase in the rotor diameter would also consequently reduce the hub height of the turbines. So in respect to some views where there are marginal visibility of hubs, or most importantly, marginal visibility of turbine hubs which are lit with visible aviation lighting, we may see a reduction in the spread of aviation lighting visibility across the study area.
I think we'll come to precise dimensions in the condition session. But 20% you said, 10% was it? Increase.
I think based on the proportion, the relationship between the tip height and the rotor diameter can only get so big. Whilst maintaining the tip height, we will be looking less than 10%, but probably closer to a 5% increase in the overall blade length / rotor diameter.
Okay, just to intervene, just because it's an easy point to do that, could they get considerably smaller?
I think they could. I think it's unlikely because it would go against the principle of efficiency and increasing wind yield. A larger rotor diameter would generally lead to an improvement in the performance of individual turbines in the scheme.
In fact, I think it might help the inquiry if you stated the maximum blade length which we would ever propose is 86.2 metres. Is that correct?
Yeah. Yes, and I would say that's probably on the ambitious side for the 180 metre tip height, because that would, I think, translate to around about...
Were it to be 86.2 metres, would it give rise to significant environmental effects which have not been assessed?
No, I don't.
Thank you. Mr. Daly. Mr. Walker, would you please stay there? There may be some questions for you.
Yes, thank you. I'll try and keep going for about 25 minutes, half an hour, and then I might find a convenient point for a break. Give Mr. Walker a chance to catch his breath. Mr. Walker, just to pick up some couple of points, initial points, whilst they're fresh in my mind and others arising from your examination in chief. You were first taken to Mr. Daly's inquiry report, which is 1212, at paragraphs effectively 4.9 to 4.12. I didn't quite understand your answer. Do you actually disagree with anything that Mr. Daly has said there in terms of how you should use geographical extent? I'm not asking about it's about the principle of how you use it. Has he got it right? Suggesting that he's got it wrong.
Can you just repeat the paragraph?
Yes, it was from 4.9 to 4.12, which were I think you were taken in particular to 4.9 and 4.10, according to my note. But it's the same point that he's looking at. And it's not his criticisms of you I'm asking about at the moment, but has he understood the methodology correctly?
Yes, I believe he has. It's worth noting, obviously, the assessment was undertaken prior to the publication of the notes and clarifications. Technical Guidance Note 829 from the Landscape Institute. Well, as I mentioned in chief, it is an area that is discussed amongst practitioners certainly within our team and our company, and wider within the landscape profession. I think his interpretation is fair, and I think it reflects what's said in the clarifications clearly. I don't think our methodology presented in Appendix 6.1, which is
It's 1.137, and I was going to take you to that. But okay, you finish your answer, and then I'll take you to that methodology. But it deals with scale, magnitude of visual effect on electronic page 9 of 12.
But yes, I don't
Just wait till the reporters get there. So that's CD 1.137. And can I say, I take your point that obviously the most recent updated notes won't be reflected in this because they predated it.
Absolutely.
And I absolutely understand that point. Either you finish your answer or I'll ask you some questions, but I want to take you to geographical extent and the paragraph which deals with that to begin with anyway.
Okay, I was just going to conclude that I don't think our methodology deviates substantially from the position that is now communicated within the clarifications.
Would it not be fairer to say, I mean, it deals with geographic extent at A 6.1.56, and in the table where it looks at size, scale, geographical extent, duration, reversibility, there's no suggestion there that one is more important than the other.
That is true, yes.
Whereas as I understand it, what the notes are now telling you is that size and scale is perhaps the preeminent factor, and geographical extent can be a modifier.
Yes, I believe so. And I don't think that clarification, as those are from the Landscape Institute, reflects a different approach to what many practitioners were taking and are taking.
Well, yes, but we can look at, and we'll come in due course to look at particular parts of Chapter 8, but what the reporters can record is that in terms of the methodology, geographical extent wasn't at least expressly considered as a modifier. It was one of 4 factors with equal weight given to those factors.
No, that's incorrect. I don't believe that we have equally weighted each of those factors.
Well, that's what you say, but there's no indication of that in the methodology in Chapter 6, is there? Sorry, in the CD 1.137. If you go to A 6.1.52, the overall judgment is based on weighing up a number of factors. Then those factors are set out. Size and scale comes first, but geographical extent, duration, reversibility, and then judgments are made on those taking into account the matters below. And I accept that there's no criticism as to the overall methodology from Mr. Daly, but there's nothing in here which reflects the update from the institute that he has referred to.
No, but that's because it was written at least 12 months before that document was published.
And what it does suggest is that if we come back to that update, where it's been queried, if you go to paragraph 3.3, which is on electronic page 9, so that's 8.29, CD 8.29, electronic page 9. Which is there are 2 paragraph 3.3. 9.
9, sorry.
There are 2 comments on 3.3, but it's the second one we need to look at, which is weighting of the components. And it says it has been queried whether all components of magnitude of effect should be equally weighted, or whether scale of effect is the most important. Simply put it to you, insofar as there is a difference in the methodology we've been looking at, it rather follows the first alternative in that sentence rather than the second alternative, that all components are equally weighted rather than scale of effect being the most important. That's the impression if you read the methodology chapter of the EIA.
I would disagree. I think if we go back to the paragraph that you referred to, which is A6.1.52 of our methodology, which is 1137, there's no suggestion where it's the overall judgment of magnitude of visual effect, nature of that visual effect is based on weighing up professional judgments on size and scale, geographical extent, duration and reversibility. I don't think there's any suggestion there that that weighing up requires each to be weighted equally or unequally.
Well, what I suggest to you, there's certainly nothing in there which suggests scale of effect is the most important. Is there?
I would agree.
And which side of the debate did LUC fall before those notes came out?
As I said, different practitioners have different views.
What was your view?
I believe that size and scale has always been the most critical factor when determining magnitude of change.
Thank you. Well, I'm hoping not to cross-examine on methodology. There we go. Best intentions. And then, so that just to, I think we've got that point clear. Thank you. Then you took us to table 641 in chapter 6 of the EIA, which is CD 1.8, and that begins on electronic page 45, but it's the wording on electronic page 46 we need to look at, and it's the box on the right-hand column under effect and significance where we see the distances given of within approximately 13 to 17 kilometres. So the overall magnitude of change is just to be medium for localised section near the promoted SUI viewpoint, so we know where that is and we understand, and along the eastern shore of Loch Ness. Now, by reference to this extremely useful diagram, plan, where is the either marking on it or to pass around, but where is the stretch of 13 to 17 kilometres to which reference was being made?
So, as I referred to in my evidence in chief, viewpoint 8, which if you take the southeasterly segment, you can see viewpoint 8 just sits right on the fold of the map. So that's on the
so we've got the SUI viewpoint.
That's the SUI viewpoint and the stretch of road descending from the SUI. And importantly, just to mention that we identify significant effects in the primary assessment from that viewpoint. If we take Blairy extension into account, which is our scenario 1 cumulative assessment.
Mr. Walker, you're just jumping ahead. I asked a rather straightforward question. Where is the 13 to 17 kilometre stretch along the eastern shore? And I understood what you said about eastern shore, that you are referring to that.
So, if I'll finish my first point, the 13 kilometre distance you'll see is just to the north of viewpoint 8. So it's the section of road just extending. And you can see the 15 kilometre band on the plan. That's a 13 kilometre section. If we turn to the northeast segment of the plan.
So if you need to show me as well.
You can see the cone of visibility which extends across Loch Ness. And if you come from the western or northern shore of Loch Ness and you follow your finger from the 15 kilometre line, which is just about at the point of Urquhart Bay, and you go across the loch on the edge of the ZTV, which is in green, you'll hit the southern shore or eastern shoreline of the loch, and that visibility starts to appear at about 18 kilometres. So we need to come back a little bit along the South Loch Ness Trail, which descends from HC1, or close to HC1, which is Mr Daly's additional viewpoint, and it descends from high ground on the southern side of Loch Ness into the Great Glen, and it's from that very short section and the steep slopes where you get views across the Glen, and those are approximately 16.5 to 17 kilometres.
So my understanding is that we see the 15 kilometre and the 20 kilometre, the routes that you're talking about do follow along or close to the shore in the vicinity of viewpoint 13 heading south. Is that correct? Just for identification purposes at this stage.
Heading
if I understood that correctly. So heading southwest. So if you're at viewpoint 13, where are you? My understanding is that the Loch Ness Trail goes close to viewpoint 13.
It does. It follows the B862.
Yeah, and it follows along the shoreline until it heads inland and then comes back down again towards the loch.
Yes, it ascends quite steeply on the slopes. Just as you leave the ZTV, you leave the public road and you go into the forested and lower wooded slopes of the glen. Then it climbs up very steeply towards the Fair Ladditz Pass, and it's from there where you start to get more elevated views across towards the development, and as I mentioned, you start to see a greater proportion of the turbines. Hence, from that area we identify significant effects based on a medium magnitude of change rather than a low magnitude of change at loch level.
Yeah, and that's a point of disagreement between you and Mr Daly, because he finds significant effects at viewpoint 13 as a representative viewpoint and you don't.
That's correct.
Can we come back to your... Put that away. Into the only points on... particular points on examination in chief I wanted to ask you about. We'll come back to one or other later. If you have your inquiry report to hand, effectively throughout, which is CD 11.1. And in 1.16 you distinguish between your role and that of Mr Bell, who you'll hope will arrive tomorrow. And you say that you, National Local Policy Address separately, however, where relevant evidence is presented, the key policy tests relevant to landscape and visual amenity are addressed. And you do that, for instance, with respect to the supplementary guidance. They're not tests, but they're criteria. And you give us your views on those.
Yes.
But you would accept that landscape and the actual impact assessment should not depend upon policy or policy approach. What the policy witness does with your assessment may depend upon the policy approach, but the actual assessment of impact should not change, should it?
No, I would agree.
Okay. Come back to that point in due course. Next matter was just to try and identify the areas of disagreement, insofar as they're not already evident, for the reporter's benefit, between you and Mr Daly. And if we could start off by looking at the Statement of Agreed Matters, which is CD 11.8. So just you deal. I'm looking at visual effects first of all from paragraph 720 onwards. 11.8. And you set out a number where there are agreed significant impacts, a number of viewpoints in 721. And the important point to note in 722 is that those are representative viewpoints experienced by different recreational receptors. So whilst cross-examination of you and indeed your commentary comments on the particular viewpoints, you have to remember that, for instance, viewpoint 15 or viewpoint 18 are representative of viewpoints in that general location.
Yes, that's correct. But they were, just to clarify, they obviously were agreed with both the council and Nature's Scott.
Absolutely. I think the developer holds a primary responsibility, but they were agreed, and there are agreed representative viewpoints. Then there also is a significant level of agreement as to where viewpoints are, where there are no significant effects, and that's dealt with in 723. And there are disagreements over 4 viewpoints which are tabulated in effect in, and we needn't turn to it, the table document, which is CD 11.72, and the viewpoints about which the disagreement is 13, 16, 15 and 18. 2 on the south or east side of Loch Ness and 2 in the Glen Affric area.
That's correct.
Now, the reason I emphasised their representative nature of those viewpoints is that if one moves on in 11.8, the paragraphs 725 and 726 set out the parties' respective views over impact on recreational users of routes, and there are some significant differences between the parties in that regard.
Are you referring to ultimately the statement in 7.26?
Yes, I'm just asking you, your position is set out in 725, the Council's position is set out in 726. I'm asking you to accept there are some significant differences between the parties as to impact on routes.
I would suggest there are some significant differences in the level of effect that we identify from some of those routes.
And as to whether there are significant adverse, the extent to which they're significantly adversely affected.
I think in some cases it's the extent to which those routes are affected by significant effects. And I think in some cases, for example, viewpoint 15, excuse me, I think it's a principle of whether significant effects occur from that route that it represents.
Very well. And to a certain extent, the adjudication between the parties will, to some extent, be determined by the reporters and indeed ministers subsequently determination of the impact on viewpoints that are in dispute, in particular, for instance, viewpoint 15 or viewpoint 13. If reporters conclude you're correct, then consequences will follow for impact on routes. If, on the other hand, they were to conclude that Mr. Daly was correct, different consequences would follow.
I would expect so. Obviously, as I mentioned, some of those viewpoints represent points on routes which may represent the maximum case effect. So it wouldn't be fair to suggest that if viewpoint findings of Mr. Daly or myself are found to be correct, that would extend to the entirety of those routes in each instance.
I think we've agreed that the viewpoints are representative um, no, unless it's identified in any document, I'm not seeing, for instance, a suggestion that viewpoint 15 is the maximum impact on a route.
In principle, when we're agreeing viewpoints with the council, with NatureScot, we're seeking to identify locations where significant effects would arise. So, by their very nature of being representative, they're usually representative of the maximum case effect.
Well, is there any particular reference in the documentation before the inquiry which you would point to support the fact that the viewpoints are maximum impacts rather than just representative impacts?
I think taking the assessment viewpoint that we've all out, the assessment of the South Loch Ness Trail as an example, we clearly set out in the assessment how views change from along those routes. We identify where the greatest impacts are predicted to arise and where lesser impacts are predicted to arise. And I think that principle goes throughout the LVIA when we're describing effects from routes.
I hear what you said in answer to my question. I can comment on that later. And then, in terms of landscape impacts, as in landscape impacts on landscape character types, there's no dispute between you and Mr. Daly.
As far as I understand, yes.
And then, but the disputes that do arise are in respect of designated landscapes, and they're in just staying with the Statement of Agreed Matters, they're dealt with within 728. And whilst there's agreement there's no impact on integrity, there's disagreement as to the extent of impact on the special landscape qualities of the NSA. You record some localised impact. Mr. Daly records doesn't limit his assessment by reference to the words localised.
We find localised significant effects for one SLQ within the NSA. I don't believe Mr. Daly presents an assessment of effects on the SLQs in the same way that we have within the LVIA.
I wouldn't expect him to. But you understand Mr. Daly's position that he finds significant impacts on 3 SLQs.
I believe Mr. Daly aligns himself with NatureScot's position very closely and relies upon that position.
Yeah. So again, I'm just seeking to identify the differences. And in terms of the SLA, you cover this in part in your evidence and Treef. It's a dramatic Great Glen special landscape quality of which Mr. Daly, and no doubt if it's a relevant matter, will be cross-examined on it, has identified 2 particular aspects of that are in dispute between you. The impact on the SLA is covered quite briefly in the EIA. I think it's, so that's, turn to it if you want, but it's electronic page 47. But if you want to see your fuller assessment on the SLA, that's in your inquiry report at, I think, 851 onwards.
I believe so. Yes, I'm not specific on the para number, but certainly in table 8.1 of my inquiry report, I deal with each of the aspects.
I'm grateful. So those are the areas in dispute, and certainly the approach, Mr. Daly, sorry, Mr. Walker, that I'm going to take is that you've given your views on the impacts. Mr. Daly's given his, and to say that it's unlikely that either of you are going to change your views under cross-examination, so I don't think it's going to assist the reporters to put differences of views to you ad nauseam, because we've summarised those differences. I want to approach that on respect of a number of different matters, and the first one I want to deal with is by reference to design, but that may be more appropriately done after everyone's had a short break.
Okay, that's fine. Let's see if I can convenient point to break. We have a 10-minute break. Can we be back here? Well, 11:45. We'll come back about 9 minutes. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. For the purposes of this section, you'll need, or parties will need CD 1.5, which is Chapter 3 of the EIA, and your report.
So what was the first reference?
CD 1.5?
Yeah.
And the first reference I want to take you to is paragraph 3.6. Chapter 3, so it's electronic page 2 of 12. And you refer to Nature Scott's siting and design guidance, which we'll come to in due course. But there's no suggestion in either Chapter 3 or indeed Chapter 6 that guidance isn't appropriate guidance for wind turbines of the scale that you're proposing, is there?
I think there's no suggestion it's not appropriate. I think the principles of the guidance are still sound, and I think that's a view held by most practitioners. I think accommodating larger turbines in the landscape, particularly alongside existing schemes with different size turbines, it becomes difficult to achieve all the principles of the guidance.
That may be difficult for you, Mr. Walker, but there's nothing about that in here. And I asked you to contrast that. I wasn't sure what the point you were making in paragraph 5.3 of your evidence. Was it just the one you've just made? In which case I don't need to ask you further, or were you seeking to undermine the use of that guidance in any way?
I certainly wasn't looking to undermine the guidance, but it's clear from paragraph 5.3 of my evidence that accommodating larger scale turbines, some up to 250 metres in the Scottish landscape, including within the Highlands, comes with different and potentially more challenging design approaches. And not all locations will be appropriate for the largest of turbines, but the guidance obviously was written some time ago. It was an iteration of earlier guidance, so it's kind of represented that incremental change as turbines have become larger. So it is fit for purpose, but there are principles within it which I think are difficult to achieve with modern large-scale turbines.
Well, I thought you were happy with the principles, but we can examine that in a bit more detail. But it is fit for purpose, and we can take that away. I'm grateful. There's quite a number of references to key viewpoints in this chapter, and I think those key viewpoints are set out in a number of places, but for instance I'm looking at paragraph 3.28, which is electronic page 4. There are 5 key viewpoints mentioned there. And first of all, there are no key viewpoints in the NSA, are there?
So, as I stated in chief, the Chapter 3 wasn't authored by myself or the landscape team.
Mr. Walker, would you answer the question? Are there any key viewpoints in the NSA?
No, there aren't. Okay. But the viewpoints that are included represent representative views of where the design can most apparently be perceived to have changed. As I said, that wasn't authored by ourselves. We contributed to an extent, and it is often that all the viewpoints would potentially be included, or just a small selection. In this instance, just a small selection of viewpoints have been selected.
No, Mr. Walker, you're not getting away with that. These are specifically designated as key viewpoints around which the objects of the design strategy have been constructed. There's nothing in your evidence, before your evidence in chief this morning, to suggest that this didn't accurately represent the design process. Are you suggesting this is misleading?
I'm suggesting that it doesn't necessarily cover all the views and all the sensitive views that have been considered within the design process.
I'm not suggesting you to. It is, and I think you misattributed Mr. Daly's point this morning. He hasn't suggested that there aren't viewpoints within the NSA. His point is there were no key design viewpoints in the NSA with which you've agreed.
There are no key design viewpoints mentioned in Chapter 3. It doesn't mean other viewpoints that are not mentioned haven't been used as design viewpoints or considered closely throughout the design process.
Yeah. Members of the public should, and indeed the Highland Council, should be entitled to rely on what the EIA says about design. In terms of the SLA, there are two key viewpoints, but they're both high-level viewpoints. So the SUI viewpoint, viewpoint 8, and Milferveny viewpoint 2 are high-level viewpoints. There are no key viewpoints from Loch level or low-level views in the SLA, are there?
That's correct in the list of 5 viewpoints mentioned in Chapter 3, but again, the same point in relation to the NSA doesn't mean those views have not been considered in detail throughout the design process.
Is the SLA mentioned at all in Chapter 3?
No, I don't believe it is.
If we go to the description of the layout, scoping, so the various layout changes leading to layout 6, which was the layout freeze, they begin on page 8 of the document, and it may be that if one was to read 352 on page 8, paragraph 3.52, it talks about initial input from the landscape team. If we were to read your report at 531, it would appear there was significant input from the landscape team. 531 looks, and 530 look to an extent as though there is an element, at least, of ex post facto justification come into your report. Would you accept that?
No, I would disagree. I think it may well be useful to go to a document that I mentioned in chief that we didn't go to, which is document 11.9, which would be more useful to look at that document while we're here. So if we to go to, that's the presentations that was given to the Highland Council at the pre-application stage.
Yeah.
So if we're to go to slide 21 first of that presentation.
Yep.
It's quite clear that we set out a number of key design considerations: minimise introduced visibility from the Glen Affric NSA, minimise introduced visibility from Loch Ness and Dunchelchake SLA, minimise visibility from local residents, communities in settled glens further down, and then minimise visibility from key recreational routes, Great Glen Way, Affric Cantor Way, and the Great Glen, which encapsulates most of the SLA.
Mr. Walker, there's a difference between what you were presenting to Highland Council at this stage and what your client has presented in the EIA as to the design process.
Can I just finish the point I was making? It's on slide 23. You can see a schematic showing the wider site area, a layout which extends out of the blue dotted line, which I believe approximately 55 turbines, and then the area within the blue, which is the 26 turbines, which is layout 1, which was presented at scoping. That represents the southwest corner, which I refer to in we refer to in chapter 3, in respect to in my inquiry report, where the scoping layout is focused, was considered the most favourable for reducing landscape and visual effects, and that has been considered right from 2020. It wasn't something that was introduced in my inquiry report. The principle of development in the southwest corner of the site, closest to the existing Blairy turbines, was a principle that's established by the team, and also I understand that I think that's fairly well reflected in the pre-application response from the council that suggested if any development could be accommodated, it would be in the southwest corner closest to the existing Blairy turbines.
Come back, Mr. Walker. You have presented this to the Highland Council. I'm just suggesting that, well, I'll put it to you again, which should the reporters find more authoritative as to the actual design process, that which is set out in the design chapter of the EIAR, which went out for consultation, or the presentation you made to Highland Council?
I think it's important to go back to the title of chapter 3, which is Site Selection and Design Strategy. So in the EIA we are dealing with layouts developed within the area of the site which has been established as being most suitable for development. The process of design, or siting design, starts much before the EIA process. It begins arguably much before ourselves as consultants become involved to look at landscape and visual matters, but it's a process driven by usually the applicant to identify a site, go through a process of identifying whether that site's viable for a number of reasons, technical, economic reasons, and then the environmental considerations are taken account of usually by individual specialists, and to arrive at layout 1, which was a scoping layout, a huge amount of work and time had already been spent, and we don't typically document that whole process within the EIA report. So it represents the design process, but it's by no means every step of the design process.
Let's hear what you say. We disagree about that. Let's move on. Layout 2. If you go to layout 2 in the EIA, with respect to landscape and visual impact, it's paragraph 356, and there's a reference to improving composition from key views. We know what those key views are. We know there are none in the NSA. If we go to your inquiry report at 533, would appear to be, you're saying actually at this stage there was an intention to improve or to take account of impact on important views from the NSA. Now, the NSA is referred to in the under layout 3 in the siting design chapter, but there would seem to be a conflict there. Layout 2 refers in the siting design chapter to key views only, whereas you've expanded it to include impact on the NSA. Again, there would appear to be a bit of ex post facto justification, Mr. Walker.
I think if you assume that the 5 views mentioned in chapter 3 of the EIA report are the only views that were considered as key views, then yes, but as I've stated, that wasn't the sum of the views that have been considered throughout the design process.
Well, in terms of this chapter, there can be no doubt that they are the key views. That is what is being referred to, Mr. Walker. if we go on to layout 3, there is reference to improving visibility in paragraph 358 on the NSA. Central and the like. But you'll note in paragraph 358 there's no reference to impact on meal firminy, whereas in your paragraph 534, in the third bullet point, the impact on meal firminy does appear to be a fact that you're suggesting was taken into account at that stage. And just in terms of layout 4, I'll just put both my apologies, I think I've got that wrong. Yeah, layout 4, there is reference to improvement from meal firminy, one sees that in 361. And in layout 5, there's a reference to 3 turbines being removed from the north side of the site and I think that's for ornithological reasons.
No, that's incorrect. Layout 5. So it says following the feedback received from THC and Nature Scott, a further 3 turbines were removed. That's principally in relation to views from the NSA, and that follows consultation that was had via a meeting with Nature Scott to discuss the previous layout, which I believe was 17 turbines.
Yeah. So, yes, sorry, my apologies, I've got that the wrong way around. It was 3 turbines in layout 4 that were removed for ornithological reasons.
No, I don't believe so. I think the turbines in the north of the site that sit between layout 4 and layout 5 and reducing the horizontal extent in views from the NSA.
Paragraph 361 says, as a result of GET modelling for Golden Eagle, 3 turbines were removed. Isn't that fairly definitive?
I think that's what's happened with layout 4 from layout 3.
Yes, so that's what I'm looking at there. And whereas
you referred to layout 5?
No, I was referring to layout 4 there. I moved from layout 5 to layout 4.
Sorry, it is confusing. I think the change from layout 3 to layout 4 to layout 5, each of those changes removes 3 turbines. But the second removal of 3 turbines was in relation to the NSA and the feedback from Nature Scott in relation to the NSA.
But when we, just so the reporters understand, what you accept the first one was driven by ornithological reasons.
Principally, but it did have the effect of moving the closest turbines in the southeast of the site further back from Muir Flannery.
That may have been the effect in it. I think I've made my points on that. Mr. Walker, thank you. In 544 of your report, you refer to design refinement to reduce prominence from the NSA, and you talk about, in the first bullet point, removal of or movement of turbines. In the second bullet point, you talk about reducing the tip heights of the 3 southwesternmost turbines to 180 metres. We don't need to go there, but which visualisation would you, or where do you think the reporters would be able to appreciate from within the NSA that difference of 20 metres?
So I think the best place to see each of those iterations of the design.
It's where the specific question I've asked you, Mr. Walker, is which viewpoint.
Sorry, I'm not on Mr. Walker's microphone. Oh, sorry.
Simple question. Simple question. Which viewpoint or viewpoints could the reporters go to be able to appreciate the difference between a 180-metre turbine and a 200-metre turbine?
don't think it's necessarily the difference in the turbine heights necessarily. Obviously, the turbines on the western side of the site are positioned generally on higher ground. Hence, we've tried to reduce the overall height of those to bring consistency across the layout. So in views from the NSA, so including viewpoint 15, viewpoint 18, those within the NSA, and probably most importantly viewpoint 5, which sits just outside the NSA, but it's part of a circular walk which you start from within the NSA. It's a popular location for visitors. Those turbines are the closest to that view, and you can be clearly demonstrated in. Just go to the appropriate appendix, my inquiry report, which is 11.2K. That's figure 1, F1 to F20. We present some of the key design iterations from all of the 20 LVIA viewpoints. So within that, the NSA viewpoints are covered and included. You can clearly see the changes that have been born through the design process.
You can clearly see the changes. That's not the question I asked you, Mr. Walker. Where within the NSA, which is the point you're making at bullet point, would you appreciate the impact of reducing the tip heights? Because I'd suggest to you at that difference, you are not going to, that distance, you are not going to appreciate any significant difference between a 180 metre and a 200 metre turbine. They'll both have the same rotor blade, won't they?
They will, and that is a key consideration of the design. I think it's useful to bear in mind how far the NSA is from the scheme, as you just alluded to.
You're straying off the point again, Mr. Walker.
Are approximately 10.5 kilometres at the nearest point to the NSA to the nearest turbine. It's not necessarily about being able to discern the difference between a 200 metre turbine and a 180 metre turbine. It's about bringing consistency in terms of the appearance of those turbines along a skyline, which does undulate slightly, but because you're seeing layers of turbines, those most west towards the NSA, the western edge of the site, on the higher ground, do have the opportunity to appear more prominent, even with a 20 metre difference in their height. And that's something that came through the design discussions and consultation we had with Nature Scott in terms of achieving consistency in those views from the NSA, rather than having 1, 2, potentially 3 turbines appearing slightly more prominent than others. And I think that principle is established within siting and design guidance that we went to early in terms of consistency of spacing, both horizontally and also vertical composition of the turbines, particularly where you see them along a skyline or a ridge. And I think that's achieved, and it's quite well demonstrated if you go to the viewpoint which is just outside the NSA, but as a consequence slightly closer, which is viewpoint 5 within my appendix 11.2K, and it's electronic page 14. You can clearly see electronic page 13, 14, 15. When you get to the final layout, you can see that there are a number of turbines where you just see the hubs of those turbines, or you just see the blade tips of turbines beyond. And I think from that viewpoint, what we were trying to achieve is just a drop of 20 metres of the most westerly turbines brings those turbines down towards the horizon more consistently, rather than 2, 3 turbines appearing more prominent than others.
Well, I was asking you about views from within the NSA. I know you've responded by a view from outside it.
If it'd be helpful, we can go to viewpoint 9 as well, which is within the NSA, which is electronic page 25 to 27 of that same document. It's 11.2K. So if we start on page 25, or electronic page 25, that's layout 1, which is the scoping layout. I think just to note as well that obviously the wide horizontal extent, reducing to 17 turbines. I think at that 17 turbine layout you can see more inconsistency of the vertical elevation of the turbines, seen from left to right. and then in the final layout there's much better consistency in the elevation of the turbines, and relatively speaking fairly equally spaced across that composition, and that is a view at 13 kilometres but within the NSA.
And thank you. If we go back to chapter 3, CD 1.5, the design objectives at 321, I think you referred to these in your evidence in chief, and would you be happy for the reporters to test the scheme, at least in one respect, by the extent to which they consider you've achieved these design objectives? Are these design objectives that you're happy to ally with?
Yes, I don't think there's anything in those design objectives that we haven't sought to achieve. And obviously with the design of any development, it is always a compromise on different aspects of the design, as we've just gone through with the different layouts and ornithology constraints informing how design changes may arise, but ultimately landscape and visual composition, the arising effects from development are always a key consideration, and I think those design objectives capture most of the key things. I think the anomaly of mention of the SLA, as I say, doesn't mean it hasn't been considered, or views from those areas haven't been considered, but I think it can be read that when we're talking about key views, that those views from Loch Ness, for example, views from the lower parts of the NSA,
Mr. Walker, your cross-examination is going to take a lot longer if you persist in going well beyond the question I've asked you. And you know very well you're doing that. I'll ask you a very simple question. Would you be happy for the reporters to judge the success or failure of your scheme, at least from one angle, on the basis of which you've achieved this design strategy? I think your answer to that was yes. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you. It would be very useful to have a simple answer to what was really quite a simple question. So that, for instance, just to follow that up, if one looks at the fourth bullet point in paragraph 321, one of the design strategies to the extent to which you've minimised the horizontal extent and prominence of turbines in the Glen Affric NSA. And one of the documents that the reporters can use to assist in that is for instance, the comparison between the 150-metre turbines from viewpoint 15, for instance, or viewpoint 9 or 10, and the proposed turbines of either 180 or 200 metres from those viewpoints. That is the simple question: is that material which is relevant to judging the extent to which you've minimised horizontal extent and prominence of turbines in those views?
So if we're to go to...
No, Mr. Walker, I'm not asking you to go to them. I'm just asking you to identify whether that material is relevant to the reporters reaching that view.
It may be relevant, but I think it's useful to compare. So, for example, viewpoint 9, which you've just been to, which is 11.2L,
Yes,
electronic page 9.
I'm not asking you to go to particular viewpoints. I'm just asking you to say whether that material is relevant. If Mr. Trinick wants to take you there in re-examination, you can. I want to move you on to ask you about siting and design guidance, which is CD 8.4. And ask you to go first to electronic page 10. It's just a short point. Paragraph 215. Choice of turbine size is an integral part of the design process. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay. If we go then on to chapter 4 and electronic page 29, paragraph 4.4.
Could I just have that reference again, please?
Yes, of course, same document, electronic page 29, paragraph 4.4. Where, if you see in the second sentence, where cumulative impacts are likely to occur within an area, it is important to establish design objectives that can be consistently applied to all proposed developments. This should result in similarity of design and wind farm image within an area that limits visual confusion. First of all, are you content that that guidance is still appropriate?
Yes, although, as I stated, it becomes more difficult with larger turbines, particularly when sited in close proximity to existing schemes with smaller turbines.
Is there any reference in Chapter 3 to the design objectives of the other wind farms?
No.
Okay. If we go on to page 32 in this document,
Electronic page 32? Or?
electronic page 32, you've got a quotation from Siting and Design in your paragraph 5.5. And I just, first of all, wanted a simple point, just wanted to identify that comes from the annotation to the sketches at the top of that page. It's the right-hand sketch.
Yes, that's correct.
But the guidance does suggest that extensions to wind farms can be a good thing, but they can also cause difficulties, which I think you would accept.
I would agree.
Thank you. In 416, it talks about wind farm extensions, which certainly when viewed in the context of the current wind farms is relevant. And comes back to the design rationale of original wind farms. And it says in the last sentence, the design rationale of original wind farm development should not be eroded. In order to even consider that guidance, you'd need to at least allude to the design rationale of the original wind farms, wouldn't you?
To some extent, but obviously it's also relevant to consider when those developments were developed and when the design was undertaken, what were the key considerations, the scale of development that they were seeking to accommodate, and obviously the policy context within which they were developed as well.
Well, yeah, you would have to understand that, but there's no reference to the design rationale of any of the other wind farms in your design and chapter in the IAR, is there? You've already agreed that.
There isn't specific mention, but I think a lot of the design objectives that are listed under 3.21 would be equally relevant for those schemes and were equally relevant for those schemes, albeit that they were developed at different times.
And we'll come back to undoing mitigation secured in due course. Do you agree as a general principle what's set out in 417 says the extension should not compromise the landscape context of neighbouring wind farms and should respect existing focal points in the landscape?
I would agree. I think it's important at this stage just to maybe draw reference to what Mr. Daly says in respect to the landscape setting, and in his inquiry report 1212 para 318, where he states the Turbines of the proposed development are located centrally within this plateau, arranged in a clustered layout which is elongated on a north to south axis, and the level of the turbines is relatively even. Overall, the layout of the wind farm seems appropriate for its immediate landscape setting, and the turbines do not appear out of scale with the landscape in which they will be situated. I would take that as a relatively positive response to how the development has been sited and designed next to Blairy turbines.
Sorry, could I just get that paragraph reference again, please?
It's 318.
Yes, in terms of the landscape, I think that we've already established that there's no disagreement between you and Mr. Daly. The Chapter 3 doesn't consider 150-metre turbines, does it? And there's no consideration.
Chapter 3
of the EIAR does not consider turbines of a size of 150 metres.
It does not.
And there's no reference to it anywhere in the EIAR. You deal with this in part in your paragraph 558 of your report, and 560. And we note that you say in 560 that 150-metre turbines, your position is they were never proposed as reasonable alternatives. Could we go to CD 1122, please? This is a letter from Highland Council to developers in June of 2024, and it has a heading at the top of electronic page 2, recommended amendments.
That's correct.
And it, in the third paragraph, reading short, summarising it, suggests that there are various things you could do, but a more meaningful overall improvement would be to maintain the proposed layout and reduce the scale of all turbines to a maximum blade tip of 149.9. In the penultimate paragraph, it makes it clear that that's what's happened at Crathic wind farm. That, and then in the last paragraph it says that if you're prepared to do that, please send us updated wireframes to show us the effect that this may have. Do you see that?
Yes.
In your 561, you say that visualizations or ZTV mapping to show that were not requested by the council. Well, they were. If you they didn't want you to put completely useless work because you said you weren't going, if you weren't going to do it, but they did request them if you were going to consider that as an alternative, didn't they?
They suggested it at the point at which the letter was issued, but in order for them to understand whether that would have delivered the benefits that they believed it would deliver, they hadn't had the information when sending that letter and making those recommended amendments.
In 561, you said they weren't requested by the council. That's not correct, is it?
They weren't requested until after the recommended amendments set out in that letter were suggested.
Well, you're talking with officers who are dealing with another wind farm next door where they've considered that reduction in height, as one can see from their officer's report. For you to suggest in your report that they weren't proposed as reasonable alternatives is just incorrect.
I don't think it's incorrect. I think it's important to put that letter in context. It followed a meeting with the Highland Council approximately 2 weeks before, and I think we present the draft minutes from that meeting, if I just find the reference, which is 11:32, and that took place on the 14th of June, 10 days before the letter was issued. During that meeting, the suggestion of dropping or reducing the scale of the turbines was not mentioned. What was mentioned, as is described in the bullet points on page 2 of 4 of that document, is the reduction a removal of 3 turbines. So the letter that we received, or the applicant received, doesn't reflect our understanding of how the council at that stage believed the scheme potentially may need to be amended in order to receive support from the officers.
Well, I'd suggest to you the letter clearly states what the council were thinking at the time that it was written, and that your report doesn't deal fairly with it.
Can I just make one
submission?
additional point in relation to that? You mentioned Crafake, which is the scheme, just going back to the large-scale plan, D1. Crafake is the scheme to the southwest, and it's the turbine shown in purple. So it's the southwestern segment of the 4. So Crafake indeed does comprise of turbines of just below 150 metres, 149.9, but importantly to the south of Loch Liath, the Blairy extension accommodates turbines of 180 metres. So the suggestion that Crafake should be followed in terms of design, in terms of turbine scale, would seem contradictory when we have a scheme to the south, which the council is.
Mr. Walker, where is there that suggestion? I haven't put it to you, it's not in the letter. It's a suggestion. All I'm putting to you is that you should at least consider it. You are setting up... Mr. Walker, do you have a difficulty in understanding what Highland Council have written in this letter?
No, but the
well, I think you do, with respect, because they haven't suggested what you just suggested, did they?
I don't think I was suggesting anything. I was just...
No, you said in your answer that it'd be ridiculous to suggest that Crafake, or that they should follow the design as a matter of course, given the Blairy extension turbines, 180 metre turbines. The Blairy turbines are matters taken into account, no doubt, for the Crafake ones too. But it's just, this is asking you to consider avenues, as they put in the last paragraph, that you may wish to pursue. You rejected that approach, didn't you?
Not me personally, no. I think there was the applicant's decision not to pursue recommended amendments.
I think we've probably done enough on design. If we move on to the particular impacts upon which there is a dispute, I want to deal with Loch Liath first. And I want to examine this by reference to Nature Scott's response, which is CD 3.2. And it begins at electronic page 39. And the detailed advice on the Glen Africa NSA begins at electronic page 46. There's a passage on that page beginning the study area. Is there anything in that passage you disagree with?
I don't think there's anything I disagree with. I think it's important just to mention when it refers to other wind energy development, it's referring to the Corrimony turbines, which are evident from the lower areas of the Glen, and obviously the cluster of Blairy Coromoni when seen from more greater distance than the consented schemes, which would be seen either side of Blairy, Crathic and Blairy extension when it's referring to wind energy development.
And then on electronic page 47, they identify the 3 SLQs, and as you've indicated that Mr. Daly's case is consistent with this. And in terms of consideration of these SLQs, they deal with SLQ1 and SLQ8 together. You see that halfway down page 47.
We deal with them together, and that was agreed through the consultation with Nature Scott. So that's a reflection of what's in the ASLQ assessment, which is in appendix. Just check. That's in appendix 6.3 of the EIA report 1139. So yeah, that grouping of SLQs is quite typical, and then it's set out within the guidance as to where you may group SLQs.
Being a bit defensive, Mr. Walker, I was just asking you to identify that they dealt with it together. To which I think the answer is yes. Towards the bottom of that page, they talk about Coromoni, and they say, whilst there is a low level of development in the containing hills Coromoni, this is below the sky line, relatively small scale, visually contained and surrounded by completely undeveloped areas. As such, it does not strongly affect the undeveloped perception of the area. Do you agree with that categorisation or not?
I mean, there is a slight conflict in that statement, in that it does not strongly affect the undeveloped perception of the area. I would argue that seeing turbines, as you do, Coromoni turbines, from the lower areas of the NSA, backclothed as well because of their position below the skyline, which I think in many viewing conditions increases their discernibility and how prominent they potentially appear. And also when seen, and this is best represented from viewpoint 15, you see those turbines with a distant skyline beyond, and you're seeing them within a glen, channeled views towards them, but they very much feel like they are part of the landscape that you're within, rather than in a landscape beyond the NSA. So I would take it some issue with how they've suggested that their presence doesn't introduce a perception of development.
Do you not accept that you've concentrated on the second sentence, that they do appear below the skyline, they are relatively small scale, they are visually contained, and they're currently surrounded by completely undeveloped areas? Those are all correct, aren't they?
I wouldn't suggest they're visually contained, and I don't think you can make a judgment of where you see them from, particularly if you're talking about the lower reaches of Glen Affric. You don't perceive anything beyond the glen to the north or south in those views eastwards. So there may well be development, but you can't see those areas to put that development in context.
So you disagree with it, Mr. Walker, is what I'm saying to you.
I disagree with parts of that statement, yes.
It seems to me you disagree with quite a lot of it. But that's just trying to understand the extent of disagreement. And the sentence goes on over the page, we're now at electronic page 48. Further development to the scale and location proposed. The scale of the development proposed is significantly greater than Coromoni, is it not?
It is, but it is also further away.
And it will be perceived from within the NSA as significantly greater, will it not?
The extents from where you would see the proposed turbines wouldn't substantially increase from Coromoni.
That's not the point I've asked you, Mr. Walker. You would perceive the difference in scale from within the NSA, would you not?
You would perceive the difference in scale of the turbines, yes. But you would also perceive them appearing in a different context.
Well, let's make it clear that there's a disagreement between us about that. in terms of the third SLQ, historic and popular route through the Highlands, I'm not asking about every part of this letter. Electronic page 49, it describes a length of core route. This is the top full paragraph, where the turbines would disappear and reappear along a 5.6 kilometre section of that route. Do you accept that there is an additional impact by turbines disappearing and then reappearing on a lengthy route like that?
Firstly, where the turbines of the proposed development would appear or disappear, they often, in fact, almost always coincide with where you see the Corrimony turbines.
Mr. Walker, I'll remind you of my question again. I mean, we do the courtesy of answering it first before ranging far and wide. Do you agree that the effect of turbines appearing and disappearing is a relevant factor and would add to the impact?
No, not necessarily. I think there are other visual focuses and cues within the landscape which would be taking your attention throughout that journey from west to east as well.
So you disagree with Nature Scott about this?
I take a slightly different view on how great the impact would be and how discernible the turbines would be to people enjoying the wider context of the NSA.
I would suggest you take a significantly different view from Nature Scott as to that, Mr. Walker. One of the points you make in your report, we needn't go to the particular page, is that Nature Scott objected in respect of impacts on the same three SLQs in terms of traffic. And their response to that is CD 1135.
Yes.
But, and I'm not going to ask you to compare and contrast, but are you seriously suggesting that the nature of their response in terms of traffic is similar in terms of the substance of it to this proposal?
In terms of the wider extents of the NSA, yes, because you obviously see that development from a similar area, notwithstanding that you would see the proposed development Loch Liath from a greater area within the lower extents of the NSA.
Let's try one more time, Mr. Walker. Are you seriously suggesting that the level of concern that Nature Scott have expressed in terms of traffic is the same as the level of concern they've expressed in respect to this proposal?
Again, I'll reiterate from the elevated areas, I think there's consistency in their position. In respect to the lower reaches of the NSA, clearly that development is less visible and therefore their position may be slightly different.
So you just think they're slightly different. I can comment on that in closing. Thank you, Mr. Walker. In terms of the views from the SLA, if we go to the assessment of these in the chapter 6 of the EIAR, which is CD 1.8, here we're concentrating on viewpoints 13 and 16, and viewpoint 13 is dealt with in electronic page 37 of 56. And if we concentrate on the assessment of visual effects box on the right-hand column, again, I make it clear that this is I understand this is a position where you and Mr. Daly disagree. But one of the assessments here is, if you look in the fifth line down, the proposed turbines will form a new skyline feature and focus views looking into the site along Glencoity. However, the proposed turbines will not overwhelm the scale of the containing landform to the east of the Great Glen. I don't think the concept of overwhelming landform is included in the, or referred to in the methodology, is it?
Which methodology are you referring to?
Well, the EIAR methodology. So it's CD 1.3, which is, sorry, it's the appendix 6.3, which I think is CD 1.137. So I'd suggest to you the concept of something overwhelming landform sets quite a high test.
No, I think if we go to how size and scale is dealt with in the methodology, which is 137.
So we're looking at page 9 of 12 there, are we?
Yes, electronic page 9, and if we go to para A6153, and then the second bullet point, the degree of contrast or integration of any new features or changes in the landscape with the existing or remaining landscape elements and characteristics in terms of form, scale and mass, line, height, colour and texture. I think that's dealing with that consideration of the relationship between the development and the underlying landform in this case. And yes, to overwhelm the landform clearly would be something we'll be seeking to avoid. I don't believe that's the case from this viewpoint.
But I'm suggesting there's no test of overwhelming landform set out in the methodology, or there's no measure of that, is there?
No, I think ultimately it comes down to professional judgment.
And I'd suggest to you that that proposals that, and we're here at a distance of 20 kilometres, are going to be unlikely, or very unlikely, to overwhelm the scale of the containing landform. So that using that as a factor to clearly to reduce the significance of impact is going to lead you to underestimating the impacts.
No, I disagree. I don't think we're determining the significance here. We're talking about the size and scale of the change in relation to magnitude. I think to take a comparison, if the development was to be sited directly adjacent to Milford and you were seeing that on the skyline from low lock level viewpoints, you could see how that could overwhelm an adjacent landmark or feature, but that's not the case here. I think it's actually quite useful if we go to the landscape officer's response in respect to how she perceives the development in relation to that skyline. Just find the reference.
CD 2.5? No, 3.5. Yeah, CD 3.5.
And so on electronic page 2, and this is obviously in respect to consideration of the SLA and views from the Great Glen, but she refers in at the end of that first bullet point, the turbines will be seen to occupy a space beyond the confines of the Great Glen itself, and the blades would remain at a lower level on the skyline, which rises to the left.
Taking it straight, which part of that of page 2 you're looking at? You're looking at the first or second bullet point?
So it's the first bullet point, it's the second paragraph that appears under that bullet point, possibly the third, beginning the development. So the development will tend to be seen as a terminal focus of the Glen, which rises from Lewiston towards the development. The turbines will be seen to occupy a space beyond the confines of the Great Glen itself. The blades would remain at a lower level on the skyline, which rises to the left and right of the development. I think that reflects what we've considered in viewpoint 13 in terms of where it sits in relation to the enclosing skyline well beyond the immediate linearity of the Great Glen, and sits on the lowest part of the skyline. It doesn't seek to or interfere or compete with any landmarks on that skyline. And actually, if you look on the viewpoint and look further south down Loch Liath, you can clearly see Faunavir, which is obviously a much more prominent landmark, and we're clearly separate from that, and we're clearly set back from the Great Glen. I think when we're talking about overwhelming or not overwhelming the landform there, I think that's what we're describing. We're describing its composition and where it sits in the landscape.
All right. And just again looking at the third paragraph, coming back to that box on page 37 of 56, that is where you're dealing with geographical extent. And we can, to the extent to which you're looking at the assessment of the factors set out in the methodology, that's where we can see that's taken into account.
Yes, and as we've already established, it doesn't reduce or modify the size and scale of effect that we've identified above, which is
I don't think
small.
we've established that, Mr. Walker, with respect. And then if we go to the second viewpoint, with respect to the SLA, that's viewpoint 16, which is on electronic page 39. And the same test of overwhelming is set out in the box on the right-hand column under assessment of effects.
Yes, just to clarify, it's not a test. It's merely a description of what we're seeing in the view illustrated by that viewpoint.
And I think are those the only two viewpoints where you've referred to overwhelming the scale of the landscape?
Without checking the document, I couldn't answer that definitively.
No, the concept of overwhelming something is a concept that does derive from the Highland Council supplementary guidance. But is that a concept? Is that guidance you're referring to by use of the word overwhelming here, or is that something separate?
I don't think it's specifically been used because of its mention in the guidance, no.
All right, just a couple of topics to finish off with. If we go to your report at 5.4, you refer to Scotland's third land use strategy. At 5 point, I'm going to take these points together. At 5.9, you refer to the onshore wind policy statement. And in 5.10, you refer to policy expectations in MPF4. And in 5.22, you refer to approaches from different wind farm decisions about what's acceptable or not acceptable. And likewise in 5.51 and 52. Have those references influenced your judgment as to the extent of impact of this wind farm?
So, can you repeat the question?
Yeah, have those factors that you've referred to, the policy matters that you've referred to in those paragraphs, influence your judgment in the assessment of impact from this wind farm?
I think that just thinking about the I guess the sequence, the chronology of when some of those documents were published. Obviously, they couldn't all have influenced how we've approached this document.
It's your evidence for this inquiry. In your inquiry report, have those documents, those references, influenced your appreciation of impact of this wind farm?
Those which were published after the assessment was undertaken clearly couldn't have, because we're basing the evidence on the impact assessment that was undertaken between 2023 into 2023 before the application was submitted. Clearly the policy that we are working within, the policy under which the development will be considered, is an ongoing consideration for all practitioners when calibrating. But ultimately I don't think that affects the impacts we're assessing. It's how those impacts are then treated in the planning system.
Well, you did suggest there in your answer that it did affect your calibration. Did those your report, with respect, Mr. Walker, not only deals with the initial assessment, but the responses to criticisms of it. And did those policy references affect your approach to calibration of impact? Because if they didn't, what are those references doing in a report dealing with assessment of impact?
I think they're providing context to the framework under which impact is then considered.
Well, I suggest to you that they give the impression of having influenced your assessment of impact and using your words, are highly likely to have influenced your assessment of calibration of impact. Whereas we agreed at the outset of cross-examination that policy matters shouldn't influence assessment of impact.
No, I think it's broader than that. I think they're just setting out the principle of how and precedent of how policy is being interpreted, impacts are being considered in the planning balance. But they haven't, and they don't influence how we assess impact.
But what is that doing in a landscape and visual impact report? Why are you considering planning balance?
I don't think we are considering the planning balance. We're just providing examples and precedent of how similar scaled schemes in similar types of landscape have been considered.
Right. The reference to planning balance is one I picked up from you, Mr. Walker. I think I've made my point, and the last issue I want to ask you about is by reference to paragraph 548 of your report, where you're under the title of Neighbouring Development Mitigation Measures. Yeah. The only criticism, as I understand it, you make of the Highland Council's document CD 1111 is that it fails to recognise the gradual erosion of design mitigation.
I think it's reflected in how development has come forward subsequent to an original scheme, for example Blairy, and there is evidence of how that development has subsequently eroded the original design rationale. So by principle, the guidance, yes, supplementary guidance does set out that the mitigation secured by schemes should be maintained, but there's clearly evidence of the council allowing for that design mitigation to be eroded with schemes. And then there's examples here in respect to Blairy extension and other examples. I think that's a reflection of the policy context we've just talked about, the need to accommodate more development.
Mr. Walker, would you listen to the question, please? As again, you're a professional witness and you're professional in not answering the question. Your only criticism of that document is that failure that you suggest occurs. Is that correct or not?
I'm not sure it's suggesting it's a failure of the document. I'm saying it's clearly something that has been compromised on.
Mr. Walker, failure is the word you use. You say it fails to recognise. Now, perhaps you'd concentrate on your evidence rather than seeking to take issue with every question I ask. I'll put the question to you again. Do you make any other criticism in this report? Put it in a different way. Do you make any other criticism in this report of CD 1111?
I think the word failure is in response to the fact that it doesn't set out clearly what happens between those schemes that are presented in the further written submissions. It doesn't acknowledge that by introducing Blairy extension, it has
Walker,
subsequently eroded.
I'm going to interrupt you.
Blairy.
Do you identify any other criticism apart from that in this report? That's the question I asked you. You answered a completely different question.
I don't believe so.
Thank you. Now, as to that criticism, if you go to the underlying reports, and I'll try and take this briefly to finish at a reasonable time, but it's the last point. So, the underlying reports for the Blairy extension is in CD 11.11. My apologies, it's not. Sorry, 1116. Do you accept that, certainly in I'll try and take this in an overall term, that undoing previous mitigation was of concern to officers in reaching their, in assessing the Blairy extension proposal, and indeed they did find that certain aspects of previous mitigation would be undermined?
Yes.
Thank you. That's very helpful. I can then deal with that in closing. Do you accept that the same could be said of the Creswick report, which is CD 1119?
Yes.
That they consider the impact of the proposal on the design mitigation secured for previous wind farms?
Yes, I believe so.
Thank you. Those are all my questions for you. Thank you very much, Mr. Walker.
Given it's almost 1 o'clock, is that a convenient time to break? And then we'll go on to...
Certainly, I'm not in, I'm in your hands and Mr. Trinnick's hands as to, and yes, whether he has questions. You're right, my apologies.
We will have a few questions. I think we need to go through our questions and take out the ones that have been addressed so far. Mr. Smart may have questions. I don't want to try and squeeze that in. So I think this probably is appropriate time to have an hour break for lunch. And we'll come back at 2 o'clock. Mr. Smart may have some questions. We will then ask some questions, and then you have an opportunity to be re-examined if that's appropriate. So get back here at 2 o'clock. We'll start then. And Ms. Callan said at the start, if you just put your camera off and your microphone off, and we'll join up with you again at 2 o'clock. Thank you.
So again, thank you. So we'll reconvene the session, and we now have the opportunity, Mr. Smart for Glenorchy Community Council, to ask any questions, if you have any, for the applicant's witness.
Thank you. If you look at the evidence we've submitted for the inquiry, that's 13. And I'd like Mr. Walker to maybe explain more fully his opinion on the guidance from Nature Scotland 2021 and onshore wind, where they're suggesting that computer-generated moving images and video montages techniques may also be appropriate. This is particularly in respect of cumulative sequential impacts. And this technique may be particularly applicable to assessment for moving receptors, which wind turbines obviously are. We've got a mixture of wind turbines in the area, and then you have to look at the surroundings that it's in, both the Great Glen and further on. It's a question I've asked many times. I have a background in the energy sector. I was a technical director of Mott MacDonald. I've used 3D modelling in large projects and energy projects, and I know its capability. And I'm just wondering, as Stratheric Community Council have as well, why we've not really had a reply, and why until today 3D modelling has not been used. Now, it may have been used in your design workshops. If that's the case, I'd like to hear that it was or was not. Mr. Walker, could I get your opinion on use of this in this particular context?
Thank you. So first, I can reassure you that 3D modelling has been used throughout the design process. Appreciate that obviously as consultants we have access to that. We don't necessarily always share the outputs of that, but it's a fundamental part of how we site design development in the landscape. As you can appreciate, for a large-scale structure such as this, with effects potentially arising over a large-scale area, the only way really to fundamentally understand how that development will appear in the landscape in the first instance is to use 3D modelling. So we do that. And I understand that the way that we communicate the development to the public and communities, the use of 3D models can be an incredibly useful tool. As I mentioned, it's not something that's used on every scheme. It's often something potentially that is done at certain stages of the development, so as part of public exhibitions, and certainly LUC is now developing a public-facing software that we can use to better communicate the design of proposals and the impacts of proposals. Just finally, just to reiterate that 3D modelling it's a way of communicating the development, it's a way of communicating essentially impact, but it's by no means the impact assessment, and obviously we rely on our modelling as part of that, but it's supplemented by a huge amount of field work and survey undertaken in the field.
Thank you. Are you familiar with the Copernicus programme?
So can you repeat the question?
Are you familiar with the Copernicus programme, the EU programme?
I'm not.
No? Now, SEPA and NAP Scotland actually use the data from the Sentinel satellites to map. That's 3D. And it's used in wind farms in the European continent now. And it, from what we've been doing here, trying to have a description of where a viewpoint is or its effect on the landscape is interesting. You say you've got the calibration effects of everything, but how can you calibrate that if you're visualizing it in just one dimension, which is what all of these landscape drawings are. In this day and age, we have 3D modelling, and sitting around the table, we could have put it on the screen and looked at all of these points. So why is it not being used?
So taking the visualizations as I guess the first part of your question, we prepare those on the basis of communicating potential impact, as we discussed earlier, the representative viewpoints that have been agreed with consultees such as the Council and Nature Scot. So they're a part of the assessment. They accompany the written assessment. They clearly can't illustrate the views from every single location, and it would be unreasonable and unfeasible for any developer or indeed the local authority to be asked to try and illustrate every single view. And I do appreciate that 3D models can provide that context. In our experience, there's mixed response to 3D modelling because it often in a 3D environment looks realistic but not photorealistic of what people would experience in a landscape, for example. There is some suspicion around 3D modelling as well, so we have to temper how we use it, how we communicate with it. I've done many exhibitions where we've used it and people do respond positively to it, but equally some people do respond negatively to it. So it is simply a communicative tool that we can use, but it doesn't by any means replace or supplement the impact assessment that we've presented.
Okay, thank you. I mean, 3D modelling incorporated with the GIS as, using global data and overhead images, you can transpose the landscape into these models. So you can actually see the effect of it. Then you put the wind turbines in, and you can set them moving as well. And you can set different heights, and you can see it in different times of year when you haven't got the tree cover. And also you can see it at night, which is going to be an important thing that we look at with this development, particularly when you're talking about the heights of these masts in and around. So, when you look at overwhelming the landscape, as we were talking about earlier, I can't see how you can show it any other way. And others like me believe that as well. And that includes universities who are studying these things at the moment. And obviously in the European Union, it's a requirement on wind farms.
I think fundamentally I agree. If we had a 3D model for every project, it would be a useful additional tool. But and whilst technology is moving very, very rapidly, and I mentioned that we are developing our own tool to be able to use not only throughout the design process behind the scenes, which integrates GIS and the 3D environment, uses a huge amount of publicly available and survey data from a specific project, all incorporated into a 3D model. That is something that we are developing. But I think the approach we've taken here is broadly consistent with most of the industry. The visualisations clearly are presented in accordance with the two sets of guidance stipulated by Nature Scott and Highland Council, but I would like to be potentially sat here in 5 years' time, and yes, 3D modelling is available for every project, but it is to some extent prohibitive to do that for every project at this moment in time.
So, in the design development that you had, that's why I was asking about the Copernicus program and the data that's in that. It can model hydrology and depths of peats, and plug that into where you put the basis for the wind turbines, which would give more certainty on where they go and the effect on the environment as well. But also it may allow you to play around with the visual impact of where you may shift some of these masts. I know it's got a 50 metre give or take on where the location is, but I also think that if it goes ahead, it would be better suited to look at the impact now rather than waiting till we get to construction.
So the process you've just described is absolutely what we have done as part of every EIA process. So the mapping of constraints in GIS, the understanding the detailed information that makes up the constraints or opportunities on a site, all that is considered in 2D. We then use that information when siting turbines, amending the design. So we're seeking to avoid or site turbines where impacts can be mitigated. Landscape visual is a fundamental part of that, which we do in 3D. So what you have described is exactly what we do as a team with the wider EIA team. We consider the constraints on the ground, 2D. We then look at how that allows a development and a layout to be designed through that process using the availability of 3D modelling. So yeah, I can reassure you that that is fundamentally part of the process we go through.
Thank you. Just one last question then. When it comes to the visualisation of the moving blades of the turbines, we've been talking about the length of these and the heights, and and where they'll be, and also there probably will be navigation lights on some of these. How, from what you've presented, can we see the flicker that will come off these when they're moving, and how that will affect the views that you're putting forward?
You're correct. It can't be illustrated in a static 2D image. So it is something that's considered, particularly in relation to the aviation lighting. You'll see in reference in the assessment that's in appendix. So it's appendix 6.5. That's document 1141. We do make reference to that effect, if you like, of seeing turbines passing a lit aviation light on the nacelle of the turbine. It is something that we have visualised as part of 3D modelling for specific projects, and particularly for offshore schemes. It's not something we do as a given for every single project, and likewise with the movement of blades during daytime, we are able to, and have for other projects, occasionally created animated montages to illustrate that movement. But it is absolutely part of the assessment. It's something we consider. It influences how discernible development might be in the landscape, particularly when seen at distance. But it's not something that we illustrate in static images.
Okay, thank you. Maybe just one last point. When this goes to the ministers, then how are they going to be able to see that?
Ultimately, this is not the first wind farm that will have been before the ministers or reporters in order to consider the impacts and movement of turbines, experiencing existing development in the landscape, understanding how that might influence your perception of development in the landscape is all something that they're well experienced to understand and take into consideration when making a determination.
Yes, but answered my question. How will the ministers be able to see that? What information is going to be given to them?
I don't know if these are correct. I want to give evidence to the inquiry because that's not my job. But I would have it's easier for me to explain that part of the process. And you can ask a question in the back of that. It's just maybe to explain. So when we write our report to ministers, we make our recommendations to ministers based on all the evidence we've got. So your written submissions, your objections, everything else would be in that report. So we haven't seen a 3D model, so we would make recommendations and we would comment on your objection in that report. If, for example, ministers felt they had to see that, it's always open to ministers to go and ask for evidence from someone. But they would have the same information as we have. So you can ask a question on the back of that. They won't get anything more than we have at this point in time, so we won't be asking anyone to provide a model, and they won't have access to that unless they choose to do so. But feel free to ask a follow-up, because that just maybe explains about the process. But your objection and your grounds of objection would all be summarised and noted in that report, and our response to that would be contained in that report too. So we'd address it in the report based on what we hear as part of the inquiry sessions and the written submissions between the parties.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for that. I understand that. It's just that we have concerns that people can actually see the impact of that. This is why I was getting on what's done in Europe now in the modelling process. And you can put all the facts down on paper, but until you see it, it's just a different process. Anyway, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Smart. Now, Mr. Kelly, did you have any questions following the examination sheet and cross-examination?
No, ma'am. No, thank you. I have no questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Walker, I have, I'll try and move myself a little bit. I have some questions for you. Some are just for clarification, but others are a little bit more detailed. So first of all, just in terms of design mitigation, has there been any design mitigation carried out since the application was submitted?
As far as I understand it, and this is going beyond my remit in terms of landscape and visual effects, but no changes to the turbines have been proposed. But I understand in relation to Nature Scott position in relation to other matters, there has been clarifications through SEI, but there's been no fundamental changes to the turbines or scale of the turbines proposed.
Thank you. Secondly, in your view, how has the design mitigation secured for the Blarry wind farm been gradually eroded by Blarry extension and Crathy?
Could you repeat the last part of your question?
How has the design mitigation secured for the Blarry wind farm been gradually eroded by the Blarry extension and Crathy?
So if we were to go to, just find the correct reference. If we were to go to 0221, which is SEI, oh sorry, actually my apologies, let me just check that's the correct. Sorry, my apologies, it's 288, and that's AI report figure. So that's viewpoint 8, which is the SUI viewpoint on the B862. You remember it's the viewpoint that we went to earlier in relation to the Caledonia Way cycle route. So it's at roughly 13 kilometres. And if you were to go to electronic page 8 on that, in that visualisation,
Can you give a figure number?
it's AI figure 6.21G. And that's the 53.5 degree wire line, and it shows not only the Blarey operational turbines in blue, but the proposed development in red, and Crathic in the far distance beyond Blarey, but most importantly Blarey extension extending across the centre of the view. And then if you go to the corresponding photo montage on the next image, which is H, you can see how Blarey extends substantial horizontal extent across that view. So my understanding of the original Blarey scheme had turbines removed in the kind of eastern, southeastern portion of the site. I believe that was 4 turbines. Obviously subsequently Blarey extension came forward a number of years later, and I believe the final proposal or consented proposal is 14 turbines, but it was originally 17. But not only did it introduce those 4 turbines in to directly east of the original Blarey scheme, it extended and introduced a quite a substantial number of additional turbines. So not only did it undo the original mitigation secured with Blarey, it exacerbated that effect and extended those turbines across that view. Obviously the development that we're considering here sits behind. So we identify a significant effect in a primary assessment because we're having a very similar effect to what Blarey extension would have from this viewpoint. But clearly if you look in the scenario 1 cumulative assessment, Blarey extension will have that effect, and I would argue a slightly more severe effect than we are having, and a clear change in the the baseline that the council's suggested has been secured through that original Blairy mitigation. In respect to Crathig, it's possibly slightly more nuanced in terms of how that scheme relates to Loch Liath and particularly Blairy Extension, given that it sits on the opposite side of the cluster to Blairy Extension. But it is clear when looking from, if we go to viewpoint 10, which is 290, and this is a viewpoint. It's within the wildland area to the west of the site. And if we go to figure 6.23E, which is the 53.5 wireline again, you can see Crathig in the centre of the view, Blairy to the right, and I think most importantly when comparing Blairy and Loch Liath, they're both quite visibly contained beyond that skyline that you can see in and it's possibly more apparent when you look at the photo montage where you see Crathig sitting in front of that landform. So whilst this is an emerging consolidating cluster, Crathig ultimately spills out of that interior, which Loch Liath, in my opinion, doesn't in views from the west.
Sorry, is that just because it looks further forward?
Yes, and I think if you perceive the skyline as almost the the lip of containment, so the development of Blairy Extension's obviously beyond, but Loch Liath, the turbines sit quite visibly below that skyline and behind it, so you're not seeing the turbine bases, for example, whereas with Crathig you're seeing them spill over out of that interior, and you can clearly see the base of the turbines. What is not modelled, should I say, is the tracks and things of Crathig, which would potentially be slightly visible as well in that montage.
Do you think there are any specific views where the previous mitigation is more important than others?
I think the first viewpoint we just went to, the CB viewpoint, in terms of the number of receptors that visit that location, it's on a national cycle route. Although I didn't manage to drive over the summit this morning, it's a very popular route, either a circular route round Loch Ness or an alternative to the much busier A82 of the north or west of Loch Ness. There's quite an obvious, very, very wide lay-by on either side at that location, and it's often somewhere where you'll encounter buses of tourists, etc. So it's always been our understanding from the very early stages of the project that was a very important viewpoint for the council, and clearly that's the view of turbines from that location will change with the addition of Blairy Extension. I think the other views that we've considered, we went through this morning, in terms of views from Loch Ness, in terms of views from the Great Glen, I think there's clear improvement in the layout throughout the iterations that are presented in the wirelines that we have at 11.2K. That's figures F1 to F20, where the improvement in the layout is demonstrated.
Thank you. Just on that point, I've got a few questions about clusters and the development. First of all, what was the established pattern of wind farm developments in the study area?
So what is the established pattern? I believe if we turn to the supplementary guidance, Council, I'll just find the reference. So I believe that's document 6.5, which is the onshore wind energy supplementary guidance. there are several references in the guidance to a general clustering and gap principle of development in the vicinity of the Great Glen. So that exists both on the south side of the loch, along the western edge of the Monolea. So you have a cluster of emerging development which is Dunmaglass and Aberrada, which I should probably see on this plan. I clearly forgot to do one. So if we take it from the far right hand side of the plan, you have the far wind farm cluster at the very north of the Monolea, and then coming southwest along you have Aberrada and Dunmaglass operational, and Aberrada is currently under construction. Corrigarth existing scheme and the consented extension, and then coming further south you have Strong Leg, consented clusters of developments of Cloyk on its edges, the consented Dell scheme. So that they represent kind of 4 clusters down the Monolea, and then on the opposite side of the Great Glen you have the Millennium Benin cluster, which is to the north of where we are, between Glenmoriston and Glengarry, and then the cluster here that is emerging with Blairy, its extension, and Clathake. But there's a general principle that you have a consolidation of development in these clusters, and then a relative gap between the next cluster, and that's my understanding from other developments, and that's something that the council's been quite, I guess, keen to maintain. Obviously, to the north of where we are here, there is no existing development to the north of Drummond Rocket, so there's a degree of respite there, if you like, on the west or north side of the Glen.
Thank you. Would you see this as an extension to existing wind farms?
Extensions can often be extensions in different ways, so it's not always the case, as is the case here, that the original development and an extension is developed by the same developer. It may well be that consolidation of an existing development by other developments coming forward happens somewhat organically, and it's not an obvious opportunity that the original developer explores. But I think what is fundamentally the case here is that we are sharing infrastructure, and that's, in my eyes, not always the case, particularly where obviously 2 different developers are involved. So the fact that we are extending the presence of turbines adjacent to the existing Blairy, the consented Blairy extension, to some extent the Clathake development, in terms of how it appears in the landscape, I believe it will appear as a quite coherent cluster and an extension to that cluster. But also we're using the same access through the Blairy extension scheme, which doesn't always happen for wind farm extensions. It may well be that some cases you get the requirement, often for commercial reasons or landowner reasons, to have a secondary access, but here we are utilising that existing infrastructure. So in my eyes it is a true extension, albeit that it's not by the same developer.
With that in mind, at the outset, when you've got your design objectives, was it designed with that in mind, or has that come after?
The ability to share the access?
No, the fact that it's being viewed as an extension.
No, it's been a fundamental part of how it's been designed from the beginning.
If you're saying that there's the existing cluster with the the Larry Wind Farm, the consented extension in Crathie, how would Loch Liath consolidate the cluster? I think I'm trying to understand, is it an extension or are you consolidating a cluster? Is there a difference?
I think it depends on the interpretation of consolidation. Possibly, if you're thinking purely from a compositional perspective, that might involve, the concept of filling a gap between two developments. But I think here it's more about consolidating in a wider sense in terms of having development concentrated in one area rather than introducing a similar development elsewhere as a new greenfield site, if you like, with a whole new set of impacts and potential cumulative impacts with an adjacent cluster.
And do you agree with other parties that the horizontal extent of views influenced by turbines will increase with this proposal?
Yes, in some views. I think Mr Daly makes an observation in respect to the north-south extension. So typically where you see the scheme in views from the west, from the east, potentially from the northeast, you would see that, perceive that horizontal extent increasing. From other views, as we've looked at, where it might sit behind Blair extension, that concept may not arise. But it's also, I think, acknowledged by Mr Daly that the cluster at present is deeper in its west to east axis, and that this would extend. So proportionately, we are extending northwards, yes, but the cluster at the moment is quite broad in its west to east axis.
Thank you. And if I could take you to Mr Kelly's inquiry report. I'll just get the document number.
(14.1).
Thank you. In his summary, paragraph 26b, he states that he considers the proposed wind farm as an outlier from the established pattern of operational and consented or not objected to wind farms. Do you consider it to be an outlier?
No. I consider it, as I've said, to consolidate an existing cluster, as can be seen on plan D1 again, the large-scale plan. If you look at how the cluster is emerging to the south, you have Blairy extending to the east with Blairy extension, extending to the north with Crathake, and Loch Liath extends to the north, almost between Crathake and Blairy. And I think importantly, it's right in the interior, right in the centre almost of the LN10 landscape character area. So if we go back to the reference, I think it's 6.5, which is the onshore wind supplementary guidance, and it describes that character area. Which is the separation of Glen Urquhart and Glen Morriston Rocky Moorland Plateau, which coincides with the Rocky Moorland Plateau LCT. And if we scroll down to landscape sensitivity in the...
Sorry, have you got a page number?
Sorry, electronic page 58 or 56 in the document. The landscape sensitivity there refers to large-scale wind farms, and it gives it a degree of a level of 3, which is within the guidance document of all the landscape character areas considered. That gives it the lowest degree of sensitivity to large-scale wind farms. So clearly the council has looked at all the areas around the Great Glen as part of this exercise, and it's identified this large-scale landscape character type as being most appropriate to accommodate development, and I think that's what we're seeing with the consolidation of the cluster around the original Blairy scheme. So I would disagree that it breaks with the pattern, and it also fits clearly. The consolidation of that cluster doesn't bring it closer to other clusters by virtue of the separation with Glen Urquhart to the north and Glenmoriston to the south, and no further development to the north.
Thank you. If I could just bring you back to your inquiry report. That's document 11.1. At paragraphs 8.3.3 and 8.3.4. And these relate to, it was a quote from Nature Scott in paragraph 8.3.3. How does paragraph 8.3.3 support your conclusion in paragraph 8.3.4?
Yeah, I think so. I think in 3.3 they're describing the impact of both schemes being introduced. What they don't do, obviously, this is similar to what they do in the Loch Liath response and the Crathake response, which are quite similar. Is they don't seem to go to a higher degree of impact cumulatively in a scenario where both schemes are introduced. That's my interpretation of what that's stating there. Obviously both developments were considered by them at roughly the same time, and obviously it would be completely reasonable to anticipate that they might both be determined at the same time. So certainly when this was written, when it presented, it suggests to me that both schemes could potentially coexist. It doesn't lead them to object in respect to the NSA on a cumulative basis, for example.
Sorry, just to clarify, so you're suggesting that this quote from Nature Scott, although it's referred to significantly intensifying the influence of wind farms from the northern summits, you're saying that because they didn't object, because they didn't have a greater significance, that means that both wind farms could be accommodated?
Well, just like at the end of paragraph 6.34, I state, without giving rise to adverse significant cumulative effects that may undermine the integrity of the designated area. So I don't read in either of their responses a suggestion that if both schemes were to coexist, that would lead to cumulative impacts which would affect the integrity of the NSA.
Thank you. And now, if we agree with Mr. Daly that there are significant adverse impacts at viewpoints 13 and 16, would your position remain that the vast majority of the SLA will remain unaffected by the proposed development?
I think in relation to viewpoint 13, it represents quite a narrow available view from the loch. It's not necessarily a location where you can appreciate a wide range of the elements, as I described earlier, of the dramatic Great Glen. And it would be experienced by a lesser number of receptors, for example, than views from the opposite side of the loch. If that was to arise, it's not as well frequented, but in terms of the SLA elements that you can experience from there, I would say that you're more drawn to the linear feature of the Great Glen, even if you were to find a significant effect there, whether that translates into, or visual effect, shall I clarify, whether that affects the SQ, I think is a separate matter. In terms of viewpoint 16, again, it represents a very limited view that can be experienced from part of the SLA, and again, the linear feature of the dramatic Great Glen can be appreciated, and it doesn't necessarily mean that a significant effect from seeing the wind farm at 22 plus kilometres would necessarily affect the SQ of the SLA.
Okay, now go into paragraph 5.4 of your inquiry report. Given that there is agreement between parties that there would be significant adverse effects resulting from the proposed development, in what way would this be limited, additional effects?
Insofar as the effects that are agreed between the parties. I think at the moment there is agreement between myself and Mr Daly that significant effects will arise at viewpoints up to 15.1 kilometres, which is viewpoint 10, and from the general vicinity of Mr Daly's HC1, which corresponds with the South Loch Ness Trail, and suggests that's at just under 17 kilometres. So I would suggest that the mitigation that's been adopted has limited both the extent and the number of significant effects quite substantially. And often you are seeing the development in the context of the existing cluster, which assists in many ways in the level of the magnitude of change that will arise for particular views.
Thank you. In the context of landscape character, is localised purely a geographical assessment? You've referred to distances of approximately 5 to 7 kilometres in radius, and does that mean in the context of this proposal any significant landscape impacts identified beyond 7 kilometres would not be localised?
Firstly, I think there's agreement between the parties in relation to the extent of significant landscape effects, and I think that's reflected in Mr Daly's evidence. So my understanding is that there's no dispute that any other landscape character types would be significantly affected. In terms of the host landscape type, given the existing presence of Blairy extension, in a cumulative context, there will clearly be an existing influence on the core of that landscape character area, and we are effectively extending that to the north. I think image 6.1 within my get into image 6.1 in my inquiry report at below para 610, seeks to illustrate that in plan form where we anticipate those extended effects to arise. I would consider those to be localised. They're contained within one landscape character type. It's not out of the question to say that for a different landscape character type, this form of development may lead to broader landscape character effects, or indeed there might be a greater degree of value added attached to those effects. But in this context, I believe they are localised.
So just to clarify, does that mean that if there are any significant landscape impacts identified beyond 7 kilometres, that would not be localised?
In this case?
In the context of this scheme?
I think it would depend to a degree on which landscapes are affected. If you were to suggest that, you know, possibly they extend to a greater distance than 7 kilometres within the host landscape type, then I think I would still consider those to be localised. So if you, for example, to assume that they extend to the extent of that landscape character type, which clearly goes beyond the boundaries that I've shown in terms of significant effects, then yes, I think those would still be described as localised. Extending to multiple landscape character types, in this instance I don't think, and as we said, that there's agreement between the parties that that doesn't arise. So I'm struggling to see the hypothetical scenario where landscape character effects do extend beyond 7 kilometres, where there's already agreement between parties that they are contained just within that extent.
I suppose it's not really the hypothetical, it's just wondering if you had a kind of hard sort of boundary or definition between where the effects were experienced, if it was localised or if it was not localised. It was just if you had that, because it seemed to be emerging through the discussion about the landscape effect.
Yeah, I think the key thing is it should be inherent to the type of development that's being considered and the location and specifics around that. So significant landscape effects for a wind farm of this scale won't always extend to just 7 kilometres. It will depend on the site, the design. Equally, for a solar development, for example, you wouldn't anticipate landscape character effects to 7 kilometres. So it's specific to this development, this design of the development, and that's concentrated the significant effects within that 7 kilometre radius.
Do you think in the context of this development, when you're considering localised, the fact that it's in one landscape character type is a key point in assessing localised or not localised?
Yes, I think it is in respect to, if you look at the adjacent landscape types, which are generally wooded glens, which would be, and as is demonstrated in a supplementary guidance, less suitable or more sensitive to this form of development, then yes, the fact that significant effects on adjacent landscapes have been avoided, I think is a clear indication that both the development design rationale has been successful to achieve that, and also that localised effects have therefore been contained within the host landscape type. It's not unusual for a development to always sit in one character type. It may sometimes straddle, but in this instance it's very much within the very core of the character type.
Thank you. Moving on to visual impact. You've stated that there's significant adverse visual effects limited to locations in relatively close proximity of the proposed development, affecting a generally localised area, and this is referred to as approximately 15 kilometres. Could you tell me what factors you've taken into account when determining if the effects are localised for visual effects, and how does that differ just in terms of this distance to what you say in Chapter 6 in relation to localised landscape effects?
So I think Firstly, the concept of localised effects in respect to MPF4 is still an area of much interpretation, deliberation. I think it's quite helpful to turn to a core document that we've submitted in respect to the Galvary wind farm, which is 1133. And at para 277, the reporter determines that in respect to visual effects and what's considered when determining localised, and I think I would agree with the majority of this statement, that localised is not simply about geographical extent. And the reporter mentions other factors such as scale, landscape context, the number and sensitivity of receptors all seem logical considerations to inform my recommendations on whether the proposal is generally acceptable. So I think when we are thinking about localised extent, and as I say, it's still something that's a matter of much debate, but to some extent it's about proportionality and the scale of development that's proposed, the precedent, the expectation of the number and extent of significant effects that will arise from this form of development, this scale of turbine, and in my view that the effects are generally localised in that respect from a visual perspective.
So are you saying that there's a sort of different assessment undertaken to look at what are localised effects from a landscape perspective to those that are localised from a visual perspective?
I think there's a slightly broader range of factors, and obviously visual effects is to do with people, and it's to do with what those people may be doing and their relevant susceptibility to the change proposed. Landscape is somewhat more static as an entity, and we're really talking about the interaction between the type of development and the existing character, and that character may not be uniform as well across an entirety of the landscape type. So I think that there are different factors to take into account. I think the number of receptors is the one which to some extent is not really dealt with in a lot of detail or clarification within GLVIA 3, and it's something that we often comment on, but it doesn't necessarily always increase the importance of a location or a view just because of the number of receptors. So that's maybe the one thing that I do still have some difficulty understanding how you take into account number, because it becomes then potentially quite quantifiable. How you're trying to deal with localised, which I don't think is a concept within LVIA that's typically adopted.
I've just got two more questions. First one is in your recognition, paragraph 2.5. Which is, how have you reached the conclusion that the development would result in small scale change in view of those viewpoints?
So I deal with this in some detail, obviously relying on the LVIA, which is document 1.8, and the corresponding tables, but then I clarify or go to some lengths to just add further detail as to how those judgments have been reached in my inquiry report. So in section 7, para 7.5 in respect to viewpoint 13, Para 7.7, there are a number of key factors contributing to the identified magnitude of change. There's 4 bullet points there that set out the small angle of view occupied by the proposed development, the intervening distance. Viewpoint is located at 20.4 kilometres. Scale of the proposed development compared to important prominent features in the view. As we mentioned earlier, the development sits in a low point on the distant horizon, set back from the Great Glen. It doesn't interfere with Mearthornaby in that view, and it doesn't detract from your views down the loch to the southwest, or indeed to the northeast. And then the partial screening of turbines by intervening landform. And we go on there to quote at the end the landscape officer's quote that I went to earlier, 3.5. And there's also similar commentary for viewpoint 15 at para 7.13. There's 5 bullet points there, and then viewpoint 16 at 7.29. There are a further 4 bullet points in relation to that viewpoint. And finally at viewpoint 18, 7.39, there are 3 bullet points that highlight the magnitude of change, justify the magnitude of change that's been reached for each of those 4 viewpoints. I think it's maybe just important to note that if we go to document 01172, which is the comparative table of effects. For viewpoint 13, you can see we present the Highland Council's the LVIA findings first in green, the green row, the purple for the council, which is presented in the appendix to their report of handling, and then Mr. Daly's findings from his inquiry report in the blue row. So for viewpoint 13, 15, 16 and 18, if I'm not mistaken, the council found there's universal acceptance that there's high sensitivity for all the receptors represented by the 4 viewpoints, but the viewpoint magnitude of change identified, I believe for each instance the council identifies a medium, so a higher degree of magnitude than ourselves, and Mr. Daly has obviously considered each of those views himself and reduced the magnitude of change in his findings to low, which aligns with the assessment in the LVIA for each of those viewpoints.
But then to complete that, he comes to a higher level of significance.
He does.
Yeah, so that's the bit where the dispute is really.
Yes, and I mean ultimately that comes down to professional judgment and where that threshold of significance is determined to be. I believe Mr. Daly does mention in his inquiry report that moderate effects can sometimes be significant and sometimes not significant. I'm not aware that he provides detail of the circumstances where that differentiation may arise.
Thank you. And finally, if you accept the Council's view that there are significant adverse visual effects at these disputed viewpoints, do you consider that these are localised? Again, given that they're over 15 kilometres from the site.
I think the interpretation of localised at the moment doesn't include other schemes where effects at those distances have been determined to be localised. Certainly at the most distant viewpoints. So, for example, at viewpoint 16, which I believe is over 22 kilometres, and potentially at viewpoint 15, which is over 20 kilometres. So, it would be beyond any interpretation I've seen of localised effects, I believe, but it's maybe not a definitive answer, but of decisions on other wind farms of similar scale and size, I've not seen other decisions where they go beyond that.
That's one side of it. What's your personal judgment on that yourself? Do you still think they could be classed as localised?
I think they'd be stretching the concept of localised in that context.
I've got a couple of questions following on from the cross-examination this morning. The first one, just get a bit more clarity about what you meant by looking at the policy and then calibrating your assessment. Just to understand what you meant by that.
It's maybe not calibration of our assessment. I think it's a broader point around calibration that we all do as professionals on the basis of how impacts are being identified. That might happen assessment to assessment, that we might be involved in, different assessors, and professional judgment with experience changes as well. So I think there's a degree of calibration which is inherent in every assessment that you undertake. You learn from how things have been interpreted, you learn from other developments, and clearly precedent and principle of where significant effects have been found or not found is all part of that calibration exercise. In terms of specific relevance to or reference to policy, then I don't think that's necessarily about the calibration of where significance lies. It's more about the principle of if significant effects will arise, how are those then taken in the round as part of the planning balance? And that's obviously beyond my own expertise, but that changes all the time. So to say that significant effects on a scheme of this scale and the extent of significant effects pre-NPF4, for example, those effects may not be deemed to be acceptable, but they may now. So that kind of balance changes as a consequence of policy, but it doesn't affect the impacts that we identify through the impartial assessment within the LVIA.
This point about overwhelming, site not being overwhelmed, or the landscape not being overwhelmed, is that quite dependent on distance between a receptor and the development? Is that quite key to that judgment?
It may well be in some instances. It depends on the feature, the landform, the landmark that may well be in interaction with the development. So just, I mean, the word overwhelm actually does appear. Let's take you to the document. Sorry, I'm just, it's 0804, which is the siting and designing wind farms. And at para 3.25, and it says, it is important to site and design a wind farm so that it appears visually balanced in relation to the underlying and surrounding landform. Turbines seen upon steep slopes often appear to be unstable. It is also important that the scale and extent of a wind farm do not seem to overwhelm the distinctive character and scale of a landform, especially a prominent landform. So I've been taking the example that I went to earlier in terms of Mealfornave as a distinct, discernible feature in views down the Great Glen. If you were to cite development on its shoulder, and it'd be directly competing with that feature, then that would be a clear interaction. I think there is a real opportunity to overwhelm at closer proximity. That sense of overwhelming the feature most definitely would arise, but I think the distance, depending on how prominent the feature is, the scale of the feature, it could arise still at quite significant distance. But I think in this instance, the degree of separation from other key landmarks or notable features in respect to the Great Glen, the development's clearly set considerable distance back from the linear feature and those prominent features along its length, like Mealfornave.
The last area I just want to ask a couple of questions on to make sure I've picked it up right. It's in relation to the it's document 8.29. Which I know you said came out, is the notes clarifications on the GLVI. So I know it came out after you've done your assessment, but I think you said that, paraphrasing you can correct me, that in the assessment there's a range of factors taken into account.
Yes.
And whilst I don't think it gives any indication of the weight you might give to anything, so I think the inference that was drawn, Mr. Finlay was trying to draw, was it was probably given equal weight. So now, in terms of the these guidelines, I think you're taken to paragraph 3.3 of that 8.29 document. Now it's saying that size and scale would be the most important factor. Do you think if you applied this now, your assessment would change?
No. So I think we have always, whether consciously or subconsciously, given greatest weight to size and scale. And whilst that's not necessarily explicit within the methodology which Mr. Finlay took me to, it's also not the case that it suggests it's equally weighted. I would say it's neither suggesting it's equally or unequally weighted. It's left to professional judgment to make that distinction as to how those factors are weighed. But in my opinion, size and scale has always contributed the greatest. Just to take reversibility and duration, for example, we typically don't deal with duration and reversibility for every single receptor. It's set out up front that the duration is long term for an operational development, and the reversibility is largely reversible from a landscape and visual perspective, in that the turbines, which are giving greatest rise to the visual and landscape effects, would be fully reversible if decommissioned. So those two factors never vary really when we're assessing operational effects. So size and scale is given greatest consideration in the assessment. Geographical extent, I think rightly now with the clarification, is more of a descriptor of where those similar effects will arise. So I think we are consistent, and we are certainly more explicit in our more recent assessments in respect to that interpretation of geographical extent.
And when you say it's a descriptor, is that a different thing to a modifier?
I would suggest it is, in that we are still, for example, when we looked at routes this morning and identified where significant effects would arise, that's clearly where the largest size and scale of effect will arise. Just because it's occurring for a small proportion of a route, we do not change that judgment. So it's purely just describing where those effects will arise. It doesn't modify in any way.
Okay, and it's the guy that's trying to get away from that, where you change the scale or size of effect because it's a small geographical area. And is that the risk they're trying to guard against in this guidance, to ensure that you're not under-assessing just because it's a very small area?
Yes, ultimately. And I think that there has been some of that interpretation in some assessments, particularly, that it's difficult to understand how, just because it occurs over a small geographical area, it's in any way reduced in terms of the importance of the effect.
Just in that document, if we go to 511, and this is about geographical extent for landscape judgments. And I guess it's again a guard against, because it's just over maybe one landscape character type, you reduce the significance or scale of effect because it's only one area. Is that trying to guard against that in that case?
No, I think in the LVIA we assess the impacts on individual units of the landscape, so landscape character types. So we're not aggregating the landscape as one entity and then determining that just because we're affecting a small area in terms of geographic extent, reducing the overall scale of effect. The scale of effect within the host landscape, albeit it's over a relatively discrete, compact area of the LCT, is still a large scale effect, I believe. So just because another adjacent LCT may be affected, that doesn't increase the overall geographical extent on that host LCT.
Okay, and how, in the context of this, how do you take account of the relevance of that landscape character type? So say, for example, that landscape character type has already got wind farm development in it. You extend the influence of wind farms in that landscape character type. Do you take account of that when looking at the scale of the impact, that there's already been development that may have eroded some of the landscape character type?
Yes, and I think that's dealt with to some extent in the susceptibility of that landscape type. And there is some debate in relation to susceptibility of landscape receptors and susceptibility of visual receptors to existing development, but in the context of landscape receptors, the presence of existing development in the landscape clearly alters its susceptibility to further development one way or another, depending on context.
I guess it's a similar question in relation to, I suppose, visual receptors and visual impact. You know, a lot of the routes we're looking at are, I suppose, popular with tourists that you maybe don't find in all areas where wind farms may be constructed. I suppose, what account do you take of that? Is that against susceptibility, or do you take a different account? Because I think it says also in the guidance that you consider, you know, the use and the frequency of use of paths and routes, the importance of those routes, and how is that built into that assessment of, is again that susceptibility and the susceptibility to change? Is that where you get your high and low?
So this is an area of debate, I think, between practitioners in terms of how you treat visual susceptibility. Our approach and LUC's approach is not to alter a visual receptor susceptibility based on the presence of existing development. So we deal with the presence of existing development as part of the magnitude of change. So clearly, if the existing view is affected by development, that will be a factor considered when we're coming to a judgment on the magnitude of additional change from introducing a development, but it doesn't become a factor when determining the susceptibility or the overall sensitivity of a visual receptor. They're still susceptible to seeing that form of development in the landscape. That doesn't necessarily change.
Okay, I think I can leave that point there. Okay, that's all the questions pass straight to you to go through examination.
Thank you, ma'am. 2 questions only. You were asked some questions this morning by Mr. Finlay in relation to your inquiry report, paragraph 544, which is internal page and electronic page 31. If I should just get that. The topic was design refinement, and specifically the second bullet point, that reducing the tip heights of the 3 southwesternmost turbines to 180 metres would further reduce prominence of these turbines in views of the NSA. And you refer, but were not taken, to your document 11.2K Appendix F. And I think you wanted to take us to a particular figure. Perhaps you'd like to do so now.
Yes, thank you. We'll get that reference. It was 11.2K.
2K, I think it is.
And also, I think if we can get
Spring re-examination, I'll take it as far as Mr. Finlay was going to go and leave it there, okay? We can't go further.
Okay, so yes, so we referred to these wire lines earlier. I think Mr. Finlay was suggesting that the reduction in tip height, as suggested by the recommended amendments from Council, would in some way address the horizontal extent, but as is clearly the case if we look at electronic page 27, for example, from Neil Moore, which is within Glenafric, that's F9C, which is the proposed development. The horizontal extent of development would still remain the same if we were to reduce the height of the turbines, and that is reflected in the wire lines. If you to look, you'd still see the same number of viewpoints, turbines which are present in the corresponding wire line in 11.2L, which is the comparative wire lines showing the Council's amendment or suggested amendment to 149.9. So it doesn't.
Perhaps I can say that I'm not sure I did suggest horizontal extent.
That's what I wrote down.
Anyway, I mean, I'm happy to accept the reduction in height wouldn't reduce, in this circumstances, horizontal extent.
Thank you. That's fine. I was trying to keep to the limits of re-examination and deal with the very point put, which is about height. Okay, I think I'll leave it there. Crushed and burned. I don't even take it any further. The second point, you were taken by Mr. Finlay to paragraph 558 and 60, page 36 of your inquiry report, and you're dealing there with the interaction with the Council about reduction in height of the turbines to 149.9 metres. I don't think we need to go there, you'll remember the text. Right. At the meeting which was held with Highland Council in or before June 2024, which ultimately led to this letter from the Council, was any mention made of a reduction in turbine height to 149.9 metres?
It was not.
Was the suggestion of 149.9 metres flagged in advance of the letter from the Highland Council, by Highland Council?
It was not.
Do you know on what basis Highland Council might have made their suggestion of 149.9 metres, as they did in the letter, as being potentially appropriate?
It's difficult to understand how they could definitively come to that conclusion that may well improve or address the 3 factors that they set out in the letter. It clearly removes a necessity for aviation lighting. That's the only obvious improvement or change that would arise. But I think it's it seems to be merely a consideration that other schemes within the vicinity, either immediately in terms of Prathake or other schemes within the vicinity of Great Glen, have explored turbines of that scale.
Thank you. Those are all my questions, ma'am.
It's probably worth having a quick break.
Yes, I mean, Mr. Trinick and I have been considering how to make best use of the afternoon. It may be more appropriate to hear not to have Mr. Daly in Purder overnight if we're not going to achieve very much by way of cross-examination. So if it was appropriate, it might be appropriate to hear from the Community Council first and deal with their evidence if they're in a position to give it this afternoon, and then hear from Mr. Daly in chief, and then start with his cross-examination at 9:30 tomorrow morning. That's only if the Community Council's in a position to give their evidence this afternoon.
The merits of WhatsApp during evidence. Yes, that's my suggestion as well.
Mr. Smart, this is not to put you on the spot at all. Do you feel you have enough time to get yourself together to give your evidence, or would you prefer that you do it a different day?
No, I mean, what we presented and what I discussed when I was talking with Mr. Walker and my questioner is satisfactory for what I need to know and present. So you can take what we've submitted as written.
Would you like to give some more oral evidence? Obviously, you've asked Mr. Walker a couple of questions. You've obviously heard his evidence. You can come to the table and do a short opening statement, which we call it that, where you can make comment on anything else you've heard today from your perspective as a Community Council. We have probably got a couple of questions for you. Mr. Trinick may have some questions for you, and then you could sum up where you're thinking, because you won't have anyone to re-examine you based on that, if you want to do that. If there's nothing else you want to add, that's also fine for you not to come up and give your evidence, but I'd like to have the opportunity to do that if you'd like to.
Yes, that'd be fine after the break. Yeah.
So you're happy? We'll have a break of 15 minutes just so you can kind of get your thoughts together.
Okay.
And then you can come up to the table, get yourself organised, and then we can, if we can move on to examination chief, if you think it's half an hour,
It's about half an hour.
we can probably fit that in this afternoon and move on to cross-examination tomorrow morning. So if we break until, we'll make it 20 to 4.
Has that been circulated? Just it has. Okay, we'll just check with the case officers. Thank you. So for Glenurquhart Community Council, Mr. Smart, you have the opportunity, as we said, to give an opening statement if you wish to do so.
Thank you. I welcome this opportunity to represent our community in Glenurquhart. Interesting sitting and listening to the debate going on. One of the main concerns, though, as I said before, was how this is modelled, and I understand there's precedent before on how this is dealt with, and you've heard me say about how 3D modelling can be used. We've asked repeatedly for this to Statkraft to comment on that, and apart from today, this is the only time that we've had an opportunity to discuss it with them as the applicant. We're still of the opinion that the beautiful views that we have in Glen and round about, and given the geographical area that we're covering, that the perspectives that we get and the wire diagrams in no way show the impact of this development. Visitors to the Highlands come for the views. That affects tourism, it affects locals as you drive around the loch. We've talked about mitigation measures here and reduction of turbine numbers as a mitigation, but that doesn't solve the fact that there's visibility of these turbines. And looking at clustering it, I don't think negates anything. It just adds to exacerbate the problem of the view that we've been talking about from the various points particularly the most important ones. There again, there are opportunities to use 3D modelling. It's not in development, it exists. It's used in other countries. It's used in Norway. Statkraft being a Norwegian company, would probably have come across this in Norway. And there's strong opinion that the community councils cannot show people that come to our meetings just what the full impact of this is. They've got the opportunity to go to the school and look at these 1D plans. They're not 3D. It just shows wire diagrams. And it's of real concern as we look at the extension of other wind farms around the area of the Great Glen, just what the impact is here. There is the opportunity with 3D modelling, as I said before, to show the true impact of all of these wind farms altogether in this area. It also gives it the opportunity to look at the grid in itself and model that as to what the impact will be in the grid. I don't know if that was looked at in the modelling either, but we do know there are constraints on the grid system and whether it can accept all the energy from these wind farms. That being said, our main concern is that we're not getting an opportunity to actually see the full impact of this from the information we've been provided for. I know it's been said that 3D modelling won't be used in this particular application, but we have concerns that it won't show the full impact in the community and the surrounding area. That's my summing up, really, of what the feeling is. One question I have, though, is the spreadsheet that was produced on the comparison of visual assessments and representative assessment of viewpoints. How it came up earlier as well, how they weight whether the effect's significant or not. Perhaps somebody could explain when we get to the right-hand side of the table just how this table has worked and how they've come up with the significant effects and the weighting that is put on that.
Okay, regarding your last question, that probably was a question that could have been put to Mr. Walker and can be put to the council, witness, Mr. Daly, when he comes and gives his evidence. Now, I know it's unusual, but I don't know if Mr. Walker would be happy to give a view on that. Is after the examination, quite tell say no, or if you can wait to ask Mr. Daly that question when he gives his evidence as to how.
That's coming up. We can wait for that. Yes.
It's actually a topic I'll be raising with Mr. Daly. So
that's fine.
I may give you some joy there, I may not. I don't know.
Yes, indeed. So, thank you. I mean, and that's given me the opportunity to put forward the perspective of the Community Council and the worries that we have. I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you. So if we go to Mr. Finlay, if you have any clarification questions. You don't? Okay. Mr. Chinnick? No questions. Okay, thank you. We do have a couple of questions, Mr. Smart.
I should say that it's not out of disrespect for the Community Council, but I've heard your views, I respect them, but I have no questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So, Mr. Smart, the first question that we have is, from the Community Council's perspective, what are your greatest concerns regarding landscape and visual impact? With us having heard what you've said about 3D modelling, so the concerns to do with the landscape and visual impact of the proposal.
The thing is that without 3D modelling, be able to see the actual motion of the turbines and the clustering of the turbines within the landscape as we see it, that's our reservation, is that the information you have at the moment doesn't show as you would see it yourself, standing in either the observation points that we've looked at, the viewpoints rather. and that is the real concern of the council, and that we have not had a presentation. Maybe the council themselves will get a model showing a fly-through, showing the visualisation of these turbines. Certainly when I spoke with Stratheric Community Council, they had the same reservations from day one as to how this can be presented to the public better.
Thank you. Now, do you think that the visual impact has been underestimated?
I think, in the respect of the way it's been reported, having seen other wind farm developments, it's the guidelines that have been given, that wire diagrams were acceptable. I think things have moved on now, and given that we have the opportunity to look at this by modelling properly, and showing 3D with fly-through, with actually moving turbines, showing the landscape that is there as well, and then you can move on to actually question what the view will be within the model. Yes.
Thank you. Now, in your statement, your landscape and visual inquiry statement, on page 3, third paragraph from the top, you say that the clustering of the proposed development suggested by the applicant as part of the overall Blarry Wind Farm and consented is not acceptable. If you could, first of all, do you think the proposal would form a cluster?
No, and when you look at it in that respect, it's not an expansion of the wind farm per se, it's an add-on to the side of it. And it's moving into rather sensitive areas, which we'll probably discuss in policy. But no, I don't think it's a cluster. I think it's going to change the views, both from the Loch side and Milfurveny and the other viewpoints that we've talked about. So, yeah, I don't believe it's a clustering. Or we don't believe it's a clustering, like I said.
Thank you. Could you give a little bit more information as to why you think that, or why it's not acceptable?
Yes, if we look at the Blarry Wind Farm, I should have some facts and figures here. The original wind farm there was 36 turbines. It was reduced to, I believe, 32. I know it's a bit different from what Mr. Walker was saying. Maybe I've got the figures slightly out, but it's only by 1 or 2 turbines. Then the extension itself of the Blarry Wind Farm was 20 turbines to start with, reduced to 18, and now it's 15. That's the Blarry Wind Farm in its entirety. This is a new wind farm. I think the orientation of it is at northeast, so it's further north of Blarry. So I don't believe in that. You can take it as being a cluster. It's expanded beyond the Blarry Wind Farm perimeter.
Thank you. And if you could just explain a little bit more about why you think it's not acceptable.
We've already, the trouble is that the community councils, while we're a statutory consultee, we've put in objections before. The original wind farm was fine, accepted by community councils. The extension we objected to, but this is the only opportunity we've had to actually discuss it with those involved. And then now that was acceptable, and that we had this large Blairy wind farm, 2 different projects. It's a sensitive area, beautiful area, and then suddenly we're coming along and saying we've reduced the number of wind turbines in both projects previously, and then you come along and now we're adding another 15 turbines. It seems by default that you can come along and just expand the wind farm one after the other. So this is 3 wind farms we're talking about here. And the impact on the community and the surrounding area is profound. And those that live in this area accepted the previous projects, and now we've been asked to accept a 3rd one, along with the disruption that it will cause, both to the landscape and the visual that we're seeing in the area. And that's what we find unacceptable.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
Can I just ask you one question? Now, also, I know you're on the model and you've asked your questions and here's your statement. I just wondered if there had been a model. I know we're hypothetically, it's kind of the unknown unknowns we're getting into. Do you think it would change your Community Council's view of the proposal?
From what I just said, no, but it may help with the public and themselves being able to accept what this is, because you could actually show something that's really tangible that they can see. That you can. The difference is with the model, you can have a walk through, and people can actually get a better perception of the whole development.
Okay, thank you. I think that's all for me too. Are there any final remarks you'd like to make?
No, I don't think so. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your time and thank you for participating. So a quick 5 minutes just so you can get your witness sorted, and then we'll carry on with the examination chief.
Yes, just if Mr. Daly gave everyone, we've refined the list of documents he's going to refer. So I don't know if you've got it to hand.
Yes.
It's just a list of visualizations. I'm going to be asking to talk through various viewpoints in turn. These may not be in the order he's going to refer to them.
No. Shall I read them out? Would that help? So it would be 2.94, 2.96, 97 and 99. Sorry. 11.2D, 11.2F, 11.2H, 11.2I, 11.2J, 11.2L, 12.2, 12.3, and 12.6. That should be most of them, but I apologise if I miss one out.
Those are all visualizations.
Mr. Andrew Daly. His qualifications and from Ironside Farrow, I should have said, his qualifications and experience appears from his Appendix 4 of his inquiry report. He's for those listening on more widely, he's a chartered landscape architect with significant experience and expertise. I'm not going to ask him to deal with any of the written material in his report. What I'm going to ask him to do is to take you through, I think it's going to be three aspects of the visualizations, starting firstly with views from the Loch. And I'm going to pass over to Mr. Daly to talk you through that more efficiently.
Thank you. So the first image I'd like to refer to is 12.2, which is viewpoint HC2 from the waters of Loch Ness. And this viewpoint is located on the route of the Jacobite cruise boat, which goes from probably 4 or 5 kilometres north of Drumnadrochit, specifically to allow visitors to visit Urquhart Castle. And it takes probably an hour round trip. And I'm looking at these views in the context of the degree to which loch level views are affected by existing or consented wind energy development, which is a key concern of the Council in terms of preserving mitigation of loch level views. So perhaps the most useful visualization is page 3 of 5, which is a wireline. And I would just like to highlight from that view how the operational Blairy wind farm is essentially not visible. How Crathay wind farm is visible a few blade tips, and Blairy extension is also effectively not visible. And I'd like to draw the contrast between visibility of those wind farms and that of the proposed development. So the second image is similar to 12.3. It's a view, again, from the route of the Jacobite cruise boat, which is going towards Urquhart Castle, or away from Urquhart Castle. And again, I think it's useful to refer to the wireline on page 3, which shows almost no visibility to the operational Blairy wind farm. Very limited views to the consented wind farms of Crathay and Blairy extension. And I'd just like to draw a comparison between those wind farms and the visibility of the proposed development. So if I could refer next to 11.2J, which are Mr. Walker's wirelines from Loch Level, Loch Ness. So these are a series of viewpoints from within the ZTV of the proposed development. There is a location plan. I'm sorry if you wish to refer to that, which is 11.2F. I don't think I need to run through every visualization. However, I would just like to make the general point from most of these visualizations, the very limited visual impact of Blairy and the limited visual impact of Crathaich and Blairy extension. And I'd just like to contrast that between the visibility of the proposed development. So in terms of views from Loch Ness, that's all I wanted to show. I was going to turn to views from Glen Affric, and it's perhaps useful to start with the view, production 12.6, which is in fact the visualization from viewpoint 12 from the Crathaich LVIA. This viewpoint is located probably a kilometre west of viewpoint 15 from the LVIA. I think it's probably most useful to refer to page 2 and the wireline image. And this shows the view from the Loch Affric core path at the kind of the final design iteration of the scheme that was used for its determination. And I'd like to point out the presence of turbine 14 in that view, which was of concern to Nature Scott and the Highland Council in terms of its impact to the special qualities of the Glen Affric NSA. And at the request of Nature Scott and the Highland Council, that turbine was removed to reduce those effects. And then on the same point, I'd like to refer to our viewpoint 15, which is um, 2.96. So this is a slightly more easterly point, close to the core path. But I'd like to draw attention on page 2 of that production of the impact of the Loch Liath turbines and the impact of the turbine 14 that was shown in the previous image. And indeed this shows the consented view of Crathaich, beg your pardon, which has a very little impact from this location.
Just before we leave that location, we may have been going to turn to this anyway. I think Mr. Walker provided a comparison from that. Mr. Walker provided a comparison from that location with 150 metre turbines, and they are in his appendix, figure G, and it will be, for this one, it will be G15.
11.2L.
this is obviously not a scheme that's before the reporters, but what is your view is the extent to which a reduction from 200 stroke 180 for 3 turbines down to 150 would have been significant?
I think it makes a material change to the visual impact on the basis that there are fewer turbines visible to hub level, and in fact there are fewer turbines visible to turbine blades visible as well.
Thank you. Is there anything else you'd like to say about this viewpoint or Mr. Walker's evidence in respect to it?
No, I don't think so.
Thank you.
Sorry. I think it's also, apologies, working back from, going back to Loch Liath, just referring to viewpoint 13. Which is 2.94.
So on Loch Liath, you've taken us to the views from the loch. This is from the shore.
This is from the shore. And probably page 4, PDF page 4 is the most useful. Really, it's the same point as my others about the loch. The water-based viewpoints is the very low visual impact of existing and consented schemes from this viewpoint compared to the much more visible turbines of the proposed development. And it's probably worth referring to the comparative wireline again in 11.2L. Which is PDF page 13, showing sub 150 metre turbines.
Apologies, which document?
So the comparative is 11.2L and it's page 13. PDF page. And I would just like to draw attention to the difference in the visibility of the lower height turbines of if Loch Liath at 150 metres compared to those that are shown in 2.94 to viewpoint 13 of the AI. And I think finally, in terms of looking at comparative views from viewpoints, would be useful to go to viewpoint 16, which is 2.97. On page 4. Now clearly from this more elevated viewpoint, existing and consented turbines are more visible. However, it's useful to point out the degree to which the proposals would extend the views to wind turbines in terms of the field of view occupied. And if we refer back to the comparative wireline in 11.2L, and it's page 16. I'd like to highlight how a reduced turbine height, and also these wirelines include the deletion of 3 turbines, should be clear, how there is a reduced visual impact from this viewpoint from the proposed development.
Thank you. I think the only viewpoint in dispute between you and Mr. Walker is viewpoint 18. And it just say that the reporters have your view on that. It may be worth going to viewpoint 18 and just summarising briefly why you think it's significant from that viewpoint on the edge of the NSA. There's agreement as 2 other viewpoints on the edge of the NSA, elevated viewpoints, but not to this one.
Yes, so that's 2.99. I think probably it's PDF page 10, which shows the wireline. Should be recognised that in the purposes for a primary LVIA assessment in terms of the impact of the proposed development, rather than just its cumulative effect, we're looking at the proposals with existing or under construction wind farms. So the consented wind farms in purple don't factor into that assessment for the primary assessment. And the proposals would clearly be seen as a separate wind farm from this viewpoint. I think a fairly obvious development of turbines. And cumulatively, when we do take into account particularly Blairy and Crathech, how the proposals would notably extend that wind farm cluster. And as I'm sure the reporters are aware, this is a highly sensitive viewpoint on a Monroe summit.
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Daly. Unless you've got any further points, those are all the questions I have for you, and that would be a convenient moment to draw stumps for today.
Thank you. So we'll close the session now and continue tomorrow. Okay, so we will continue tomorrow at 9:30 AM in this room. And Mr. Kelly, if you're there, if you could use the link that you have been provided with for the session tomorrow. Are there any further procedural matters before we close today?
Just thinking about timing tomorrow. I said it'd be 2 hours. I won't be any longer than that in cross-examination. So 9:30, 11:30, you will have some questions. Should we say 12:30 and finish with Mr. Daly? It seems about accurate. Assuming we took lunch then, and then 3/4 of an hour lunch, start at 1 something. I think we can still do policy and conditions in the afternoon. That's my hope.
We can see how we go on tomorrow, but that's a good plan.
Just to reinforce that, and we're broadly the same position we were with Coolakey at roughly the same time, with similar players involved on all sides, obviously different proportions, but we by sitting till about 4:30, 4:45, we finished policy and conditions. So I mean, it's a realistic hope, may not be guaranteed, but it's realistic.
I think it is realistic, and we've just got the updated conditions from the case officer, so we've got that now. So that should help the hearing session on conditions. So thank you for that. So yeah, 9:30 tomorrow morning. Everyone drive home safely wherever you're going tonight. Hopefully we'll